watching FSN West 2.
It's a team that is as efficient as a well-oiled machine. USC has done just what most expected this year, impressively continuing its quest toward a third straight national title. Matt Leinart has actually improved on his Heisman season. He's been having no trouble finding all his offensive weapons. And combined with Reggie Bush's ability to make people wonder if he's human, the Trojans seem impossible to stop. But before USC books its Rose Bowl tickets, the Bulldogs from Fresno State continue their anyone, anytime, anywhere philosophy and travel to LA trying to prove their 8-1 record is no fluke. The Bulldogs and the nation's #1 next. Absolutely Chamber of Commerce weather on this Saturday night here at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. This is the most anticipated game maybe ever in the Central Valley of California, and for the nation's #1 ranked team, the USC Trojans. Fresno State just kind of this pesky gnat that's right in their face, and they hope won't go away for 2 or 3 hours. And hello again, everybody. I'm Barry Tompkins. You know my partner, Petros Papadakis. Jimmy Watson's with us also down on the field. And Petros, we've seen USC 2-3 times this year. We know how good they are. Maybe the best team ever in college football. We've heard a lot of bravado from all the coaches playing against them. We heard it again from Fresno State, and yet these guys really believe they can win.
Well, why show up if you don't believe you can win? Pat Hill, the Fresno State coach, has got these guys believing they can win. It's not a matter of them just coming out here and giving USC a good game. They expect to win this game. They want to win this game. How is USC in the Coliseum? Pretty near unbeatable. They haven't lost here since 2001, but at the same time, Fresno State is a scrappy team, an angry team, almost a violent football team, and they're going to play that brand of football. They've only lost one game this year. It was a game they could have won up at Oregon. They got another Pac-10 squad. They got USC. They got the game they wanted. We'll see what happens. It's going to be crazy tonight in the Coliseum.
I think it's going to be great fun. And all of that said, this USC team, I really believe, the best offensive football team I have ever seen. I still think they're going to get all they want from those guys from Fresno. What a game. We're coming back.
Seize the digital day. Computer-enhanced, satellite-linked, accurate, always advancing.
What's that, Roy? I took his gun.
When I get out of here, I'm gonna kill you.
This Thanksgiving.
How much?
$2 million. Stockings will be stuffed.
Does it mean you're rich, Charlie?
Halls will be decked. And visions of sugar plums.
That had to hurt. Yeah, sure did.
Will be dancing in their heads.
Don't poke.
John Cusack, Billy Bob Thornton, The Ice Harvest.
Ever notice how weird people get this time of year?
Yo, ho, ho.
Rated R. Starts Wednesday at theaters everywhere.
Everyone talks about how tough their truck is, how much it can haul. But when we build a truck, we like to think beyond the first load, to the second, the third, the fourth. That's why load after load, job after job, year after year, nothing stops a Tundra. Toyota Trucks, moving forward.
Taco Bell's new Chipotle grilled stuffed burrito.
So what's it like?
It's a little bit smoky and spicy and flavor-y.
I gotta try one of those.
The new Chipotle grilled stuffed burrito. Loaded with carne asada steak, Chipotle seasoned rice, spicy Southwest Chipotle sauce, and a blend of 3 melted cheeses. All wrapped up and grilled to go. For the perfect balance of flavor and spice, think outside the bun.
for the Rewind Marathon, December 2nd, starting at noon on FSN West 2.
Welcome to our College Football Saturday studios in Los Angeles, alongside the Hall of Famers Kellen Winslow and Billy Ray Smith. I'm Mike Goldberg. All right, we've established that Fresno State believes they can beat USC. How do they do it?
I think it's pretty easy. I think you have to look at the turnover battle. If Fresno State can win that turnover battle and they can make at least 2 big plays in special teams, Adams Jennings is going to have to take a ball or 2 back on a punt or kickoff return.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that, BR. But look for USC to come out and be very businesslike, very professional, not a great deal of emotion. Just take care of business in their own house, and they get this victory.
Number 16 Fresno State wanted this. They wanted number 1 USC. Now you got him. Barry Tompkins, Petros Papadakis, Jimmy Watson. Our big one is moments away. The kickoff from the Coliseum is next.
Wiener Schnitzel introduces the all-new pastrami burger, the all-new pastrami sandwich, and everyone's favorite, the pastrami dog. It's a trio that's totally pastramalicious.
We know what you do out there, so we put an award-winning Xterra in here. The Nissan Xterra, Motor Trend 2006 Sport Utility of the Year. With a covered gearbox, rear bumper steps, and easy clean cargo area. Get $2,000 cash back or 3% APR on the Nissan Xterra. Extra stuff, extra cash, Xterra.
Channel. No, something new. We've been there. Okay, folks.
Why not make a smaller one? Girl.
Hey, Ed.
We welcome you back, and here come the number 1 ranked and winners of 32 straight, the USC Trojans. Fresno State ranked 16, only the 1 loss, a game that they sincerely feel they should have won. They were at 17-0 against Oregon. Oregon came back, won at 34-31. A couple of questionable calls in that game. Pete Carroll, say what you will here. This is not only a talented football team, Pete, this is a well-coached football team.
A well-coached football team that has the ability to play in the moment. They don't look ahead to other games. Of course, in a couple of weeks, they're taking on UCLA. We had them when they played Arizona right before the Notre Dame game. They play in the moment. They know how to play in and play out. They know how to prepare for a game. Pete Carroll not only coaches these players, he coaches his coaches on how to coach. This man's in control of this program.
And Pat Hill on the other sideline, another one of those guys you just can't help but like.
Oh, you can't help but like him, and you can't help but believe him when he talks to you. He looks in your eyes, and it's like he burns a hole through your head. You want to go play for the guy, and he has really not only rallied the city of Fresno behind this football team, but the entire San Joaquin Valley has gotten behind what the Fresno State Bulldogs are doing. They play a physical, tough brand of football that you can't help but respect. They play hard. They always have good quarterbacks. Paul Pinniger, a very good quarterback up there with Billy Volag and David Carr and other people that Pat Hill has coached. He's got these guys believing they would win, and they would run through a wall for him.
And they're going to have to.
Yeah, tonight they are.
There's a pretty big wall right in front of them. But this is a team that really believes. And, you know, as we said, we've seen USC on a couple of occasions. We always get an opportunity to talk to the opposing coaches the day before the game. And quite honestly, you get a false sense of bravado from a lot of them. But there's nothing false about this with Fresno State.
No, they've wanted this for a long time, and they know this is their opportunity.
We are just about set with the opening kickoff. Bush and Bing will be the D people for USC. And Fresno State said, we're not going to kick it away from Bing, or rather from Bush. We're just going to tackle him. Zimmerman will be the kicker. Normally, actually, a backup kicker, but Clint Stitzer, who is normally the place kicker, will not be available tonight. So Kyle Zimmerman will handle a kickoff chores. Actually, this is going to be Mike Lingua kicking off. Lingua comes forward, hits this one. It's going to be Bush at the 7-yard line. Bush to the 15, 20, 25, 30, and down at the 35-yard line. And Reggie Bush just doing what Reggie Bush does. Kyle Zimmerman makes the tackle. 28 yards on the return. For USC, Matt Leinart, Heisman Trophy winner, and playing better this year, if you can believe that. And you see his numbers, 35-1. With Bush, Kurtman, the fullback, Dwayne Jarrett, Steve Smith, pick your poison. Fred Davis gets the start at tight end, and we may see more of him today as far as being involved in the offense. They want to get him involved. Odd shift behind the Trojans, something we haven't seen before. Bush the tailback. Play fake, Leinart will throw. Throws this time for Kurtman. Kurtman at the 40-yard line, and is stopped as he crosses the 40 by Josh Shirley. Fresno State defensively, and they fly around, they'll put a hat on you. Garrett McIntyre, an All-American candidate and an outstanding player, former walk-on with Shirley Leonard and Tyler Klutz. The linebackers, Dwayne Andrews is the leader of that linebacker pack, and in fact one of the leaders of this team in general. And the secondary, good cover guys at the corners in McCauley and Marshall. Josh Shirley and Tyrone Culver, the safeties. 2nd down and 3. Leinart to go up again, pump fake this time. Throwing deep, and overthrows Jarrett at about the 23-yard line. Good coverage this time by Tyrone Culver.
We expected USC to come out and pass the ball early. They want to pass the ball, get some play fakes going, really loosen things up for that rush. You start seeing USC in the 2nd and 3rd quarter of games bring in Lindale White and start pounding people. This Fresno defense, tough, Barry, but undersized against the Trojans, and they could get worn down.
That's a real factor. 3rd down and 3. And I think that's going to go against this. I believe, I don't want to guess too much, but it looked to me like Winston Justice might have gotten out of his stance early.
And we've seen USC come out in the first half of games struggling a little bit, and when they are struggling, they do get penalties. I know it's very early, but these little offsides penalties, stuff like that, hurts USC in the first half.
And it is going to go against Fresno
Prior
State.
to the snap, offside, defense, 5-yard penalty, 1st down.
That's something that Pat Hill absolutely insisted not happen, and that is those before the snap penalties.
He calls them administrative penalties. Too many guys on the field, offsides, encroachment, stuff like that, stuff you can control. I mean, once the ball is snapped, that's combine bat. Pat Hill's okay with that. He doesn't like the administrative penalty.
This time a little fumble, and Leinart finds some room, throws for Jarrett, and it's almost intercepted. What a big-time play by Culver. Had Culver not gotten a hand on that ball, that was a touchdown.
That was a touchdown, but Tyrone Culver jumping out of his shoes and slapping that ball down. He's got 5 pass breakups coming into this game. That's number 6. Very nice play by Tyrone Culver, and you're right. That was a touchdown. Beautifully thrown ball. Just a well-timed jump by Culver. Dwayne Jarrett had gotten position on him. Dwayne Jarrett already a 1,000-yard receiver. What a season he has had. So much for the sophomore slump. And Tyrone Culver saving his team there.
2nd down and 10, ball at the 48-yard line. Smith comes in motion, and Leinart's going to go up again. Over the middle, he throws underneath. The ball is caught by Steve Smith and dropped. So it'll be 3rd and 10. 3rd down and 10. Now that's the situation that the Bulldogs, well, needless to say, want to get USC in, but they feel that it's imperative to do it and do it relatively often.
If they can get USC in 3rd and long, if they can keep them from getting 5, 6, 7 yards on 1st down, they like their chances. They say USC's a lot better when they're 3rd and long as opposed to 3rd and 2. We're not in 3rd down at all.
Still effective at 3rd down. You saw those numbers, 54%, 6 defensive backs, and a 5-man rush this time on Leinart. They don't get to him, and the throw is caught by Smith, and that's going to be close. It'll depend on the mark, and I think they're going to give him enough for the 1st down. Inside the 42-yard line, Marcus McCauley covering. Offensive line of USC doing a good job that time.
Fresno State doesn't like to blitz too much. They like to mix it up. They like to pick their spots with the blitz. That time they brought a corner, Raymond Washington, but it was picked up well by Reggie Bush. Check him out. He recognizes that corner blitz, gets outside, makes the block. And Leinart has some time, sits back there and tosses it to Steve Smith, sure-handed guy.
At the 41-yard line, Trojans with a first down. Very effective in this first drive thus far. Straight back Leinart again. They haven't run the ball yet. Pump fake, going for it all. Got him in. That's Jarrett. Touchdown. And he dropped it. Caught it, had it, dropped it.
That's the second drop in this series. Richard Marshall was beaten on the coverage. Just gave Dwayne Jarrett the shove. Dwayne Jarrett really can kick it into gear when he sees that ball in the air. This is a big guy running a route too. Double move route, and he goes straight to the end zone. The ball's perfect. Richard Marshall beaten on the play, gets the shove in there, but that's just a drop ball by Dwayne Jarrett.
2nd and 10. Bulldogs dodge a bullet. A quick pass this time for Smith. And Smith cannot get out of the grasp of Richard Marshall. And that is, again, something that Pat Hill said. We are pretty good tacklers. You saw a good example of it right there.
Well, sometimes when teams play against USC, they're intimidated. They're intimidated playing up against this offense because you know the names. A lot of these guys are household names. They got a receiver with 1,000 yards. Steve Smith, almost 1,000 yards. Reggie Bush, Lindale White, 1,000-yard guys. But they play tough defense. Look at those numbers in the WAC. These guys will not be intimidated. They will tackle.
3rd and long. 6 defensive backs again for Fresno. 4-man rush this time. Leinart airs it out from McFoy. It's out of bounds. So now it'll be 4th down, and this is a situation where Pete Carroll in the past has gone for it. Now, whether or not he does here remains to be seen. Does not appear he will.
And you see USC coming out, not taking advantage of the size they have on the offensive line, not using Lindale White, not using Reggie Bush between the tackles. They were resigned to throw it every single time on that drive, sort of trying to out-finesse Fresno State and loosen them up. I'm not sure. I think you should be physical with a physical team.
This is a short kick. Jennings, fair catch at the 18-yard line. 23-yard kick, no return. And Fresno gets the stop that they wanted, and now we'll start at the 18-yard line. The lineups for Fresno State: Paul Pinniger, he is a senior, he's experienced. You can see he's won 32 out of the 41 games he has started at Fresno State. Wendell Mathis, serviceable running back, began his career at UCLA. Virtue, everybody loves. True fullback. Williams, Jennings, McDonald, they spread the ball around. Nobody's got a ton of catches. Offensive line, one of the strengths of this Fresno team, much as it is of USC. And the give is to Mathis. Mathis on first down is crushed after a gain of about 3. Defensively, for the USC Trojans, and needless to say, they are very talented. Frosty Rucker leading that defensive line. Solid all across. Linebackers are a strength. Lua has come up big. The freshman Brian Cushing and the sophomore Keith Rivers. In the secondary, Terrell Thomas went down early in the year, but Josh Pinkard stepped up and has played big time. Strong at the corner, strong at the safety. There just are no holes in this USC defense. Rivera in at running back, 2 yards on first down, 2nd and 8. Pinniger will go up for the first time. Throws, caught this time by Fernandez, and Fresno State will have a first down at the 35-yard line. Joe Fernandez, the son of Manny Fernandez, spent a few years in the NFL with the Oakland Raiders.
A Raider hero, you know him, don't you? And Joe is a pretty efficient receiver. That's his 21st reception of the year, only 2 touchdowns. But they like to spread the ball around. Most important for Pat Hill's team, completion. Completion's a positive place offensively. Catch the ball, get 4 yards a pop when you run the ball, keep that ball away from USC in that offense, and they'll frustrate the Trojans all the way into the 4th quarter if they can keep completing balls.
They go out of the gun on first down at the 37. Pinniger, quick toss this time. That's that little bubble screen. Williams makes the catch, has a first down and more, taking people with him across midfield. Bing finally drags him down but a terrific run after the catch by Paul Williams, and a gain of 14.
Paul Williams, probably the physical leader of this receiving corps. Guy likes to fight for the ball, and he fights when he gets the ball. Darnell being a big guy and a good tackler, Oscar Lua has to come over and clean that play up. That's the kind of physical plays that Fresno State is going to make in this football game. It's going to excite them and make them feel like they have a chance against number one.
So that graphic had a 98-yard catch last week against a pretty good Boise team, which puts 70 on the board today. Pinnaker will go up again. Throws underneath. Fernandez has it at the 27-yard line. Well, right now, things going exactly the way Pat Hill drew him up. That's Josh Pinkert a little bit slow to get up.
Check
gain
this
of
out.
22.
How many wide receivers do you see in the backfield? That's Paul Williams lining up at fullback in the eye and taking it straight down the field, and he was open down to Seabury. But Pinnaker goes outside and gets the ball to Fernandez. Right now, Fresno State's game plan is working.
At the 28-yard line. Give this time is to Mathis, and Mathis will get it inside the 25. Pickup of 3. And again, when we talked to the coaching staff of Fresno State yesterday, they said, we'll take 3, we'll take 4. No problem.
There's nothing wrong with that. Those are positive plays, and if you're getting 3 in the first quarter and you commit to that run, you have to hope that those third and fourth quarters are going to be 10-yard gains instead of 3-yard gains as you wear that defense down. This is a physical Fresno team. Again, USC's defensive line much bigger than the Fresno State offensive line.
Second down and 7, but it's really second and 6. They gave him almost 4 yards. Here's a blitz. Pinnaker throws and had to unload the ball a little bit earlier than he wanted to because SC was coming right up the middle with Oscar Lua on a blitz. Barry Tompkins, Petros Papadakis, Jimmy Watson on the field. 16th ranked Fresno State, the #1 ranked team in the land, and the winners of 32 in a row, the USC Trojans. 90,000 fans on hand here at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. And I'd say of that 90,000, what would you think, about 20,000 are Fresno fans?
19,000 Fresno fans.
I think you counted them.
There's a lot of them here. They rolled down in a caravan, not covered wagons, buses.
Third down and 6. Pinnaker checking off. Play fake, he'll go up, throws underneath on a screen this time. This is Rivera, gets it inside the 15. He'll have another Fresno first down at about the 12-yard line. Justin Wyatt on the stop, but the Bulldogs moving the football.
Matt Rivera, not a big guy, 5'9", 195. Really their reception, third down type of back. You see him fake, wanted no part of Lawrence Jackson, turns around, grabs that screen and takes it down the field. Very efficient play call. Very nice movement by Pat Hill early in this football game.
I think Pinnaker checked to that too.
Sophisticated play to check to.
First down at the 13-yard line. Out of the gun once more. Straight back. Pinnaker throws, end zone. Williams dropped the ball. Had it in his hands, couldn't quite hang on. Scott Ware, nice job defensively.
That's the type of play the Bulldogs are going to have to make if they want to stay in this game and win it. Here's Paul Williams. He's running a post route, kind of drifts into the route. Doesn't come back to the ball at all. You know you're going to get hit. Scott Ware putting an elbow right on his chin. And nice defense, really, but Paul Williams got to have that catch if you're going to win this football game.
And you make a good point. He did not come up to the ball.
Waited for it. You can't wait for things in life, Barry. You got to go grab them.
I've always said that.
Carpe diem.
Looking like a Trojan. Pinnaker steps up, throws underneath. Ball is caught this time at the tight end, McDonald. He is fumble the ball in the end zone. Let's see what happens. They're going to say, I believe, that this is a Fresno touchdown. Let's see. One official signal touchdown. And I believe it's a touchdown for Fresno. Jameson recovered it. Here's another look.
That's Devin McDonald, and he gets hit by Scott Ware. The ball pops up, and Jermaine Jameson is right there. It falls into his hands. He takes it in the end zone. What a bizarre play.
Those are those things that you got to have. if you're going to have any chance against a team like USC. Well, what an impressive drive for Fresno State, exactly as they would draw it up. You got to stop on USC, and then you drive 82 yards for the lead touchdown.
When you're smiling, the whole world smiles with you.
Some people are happier at work than others. They're using Kyocera printers and copiers. Kyocera, brilliant color, advanced technology that's simple to use, and a low cost of ownership. They're people-friendly. People-friendly printers and copiers. Only from Kyocera.
The whole world smiles with you.
That'll be $4.95.
Oh, I don't have my wallet. Could we just...
Do you have a Jack Cash card?
No.
Too bad. It's just like cash.
I know what it is.
Oh, well then you know that if you load one with $10, you get 2 free tacos.
I know.
But you don't have your wallet, so...
Can I see that? Does this help?
No, because that's mine.
Do you know who I am?
Duh. You're the hungry guy with no Jack Cash card.
Get in on the action. GMC has allotted a special shipment of Sierra SL crew cabs to your Southern California GMC dealers. We've got your features covered with style, performance, and the best V8 highway fuel economy of any full-size pickup. That's the GMC Total Value Promise. Get an 06 Sierra 1500 crew cab 2-wheel drive SL for the red tag price of $22,999 after all applicable offers. See your Southern California GMC truck dealers.
03.
College Football Saturday on FSN is presented by Kyocera. Now there's a whole new reason to smile. People-friendly printers and copiers only from Kyocera. And brought to you in part by Fellows, the world's toughest shredders. By Cooper Tires, proud sponsor of college football. And by the new H3, Hummer, like nothing else. Fresno State, an 82-yard drive and an odd play to score the touchdown. The pass was complete to the tight end McDonald. Coughed the football up. Ball popped loose. Jamison gets it. Touchdown, Bulldogs.
Weird.
Yeah, it was. Zimmerman drives this one. Bing again at the 5-yard line. I beg your pardon, Bush, not Bing at the 5-yard line. Nailing at the 17. Let's take a look at that last play. You tell me what happened here, Pete.
Well, Devin McDonald's a tight end, but he's lined up here in the backfield, and he's just going to slip out on a little outlet route. Check him out. Nothing's open downfield. Pinniger buys some time, gets the ball to McDonald. Now he's got the ball. He's going downfield, gets hit, gives it up. That could have been disastrous for the Bulldogs. Instead, Jermaine Jamison's there. Ball pops into his hand, and the Bulldogs have a lot of confidence here in the first quarter. They came out and did what they had to do, punch USC right in the mouth, bloody up that pristine lip of the national champion.
And incidentally, that kickoff, we'll talk a little more about it, that's by design. There's a quick hitch this time to Jarrett. Again, excellent open field tackle by Richard Marshall. We take a Kyocera game break. Here is Mike Goldberg. Goldie.
Hey, Barry, you know, number 3 Miami is rooting for Fresno State tonight to beat USC, but they need to take care of things themselves first. 4th and 1 deep in Georgia Tech territory. The Canes are stuffed. They trail at home to Georgia Tech in the 4th, 14-10.
You're right. They got to take care of their own business, and I'm sure Oregon sitting there rooting for Georgia Tech. There's Bush. Not much there. And for the first time, we go to the sideline, and Jim Watson. Jimmy.
Barry, when you won 32 games in a row and 2 national titles, it's life in a fishbowl. 92,000, that's regular national TV audience, and supermodels lining the sideline. But this is the trophy that USC wants most. This is the BCS Championship Trophy, and for them it serves as kind of history and inspiration. It's just 20 yards off the field, but remember, not every team in college football has a chance to win this trophy, and it's a bit of cruel irony that the BCS Trophy is on Fresno State's sideline.
You have a pink tie, Pete?
I have a pink shirt. Chicks love it.
That was Ronnie's tongue for you. Bruce Smith with a catch for the first down at the 30-yard line.
They brought that crystal thing around to the studio once. I was doing some studio work, and they brought that crystal.
Fumble it, did you?
They wouldn't let me touch it. Everybody else could touch it. They said, no, not you. Like I'm some kind of klutz or something. Like I don't have great hands. Like I'm not trustworthy.
You held on the ball pretty well.
Sure. Fumbled once to lose a game, no big deal.
That's only once.
No one remembers that.
First down, Trojans at the 30-yard line.
Got Lindale White in the game now, Barry.
Play fake, Liner unloads it. And that should be grounding. I don't think he was out of the box, but we're not going to get a flag. What do you think here, P?
He was supposed to have Fred Davis, the tight end who's starting tonight, in the flat, and he threw the ball out there like he would be there. Very dangerous throw. Garrett McIntyre, very good player on the pressure, getting to Leinart early. USC's only run the ball once here, now in their second series, not being physical at all with Fresno State, and it's hurting them. They're not getting yards on first down.
Reggie Bush back in the ball game at tailback. Comes in motion, pitch to Bush. Bush steps outside, 35, 40, 45. He's at the 41. Man has a shot, the 20, cuts back, and tripped up at the 5-yard line. And that's Reggie Bush being Reggie Bush.
What a beautiful play by Reggie Bush, just getting to the corner, getting his speed going. Tyrone Culver eventually makes the play. God, did he make Marcus McCulley look silly, and what a nice block by this man. David Kurtman coming through on the pitch. Check this out. David Kurtman coming around, wonderful block on the corner, gets through that tackle. Once Reggie Bush hits the sidelines, not easy to catch him. Probably the fastest guy in the Pac-10, maybe the fastest in the country, and he knows how to run that football, especially out on the perimeter. USC, they got some momentum now.
First and goal at the 5-yard line. Lindale White gets the call, left side, he's in. Touchdown, Trojans.
That was fast.
I'll see it.
And how did they do it, Barry?
They ran the football.
They ran the football. They loosened them up a little with the pass. I didn't like it. You know, I don't like seeing too much passing. I like the way Fresno plays ball. They run the ball, and they're angry about it. USC can run the ball. They got that great offensive line, but there's so many guys to get the ball to. They give it to Reggie Bush. They get him on the corner, get down to the goal line. Little zone play to Lindale White, make it look easy. Mr. Outside and Mr. Inside. Remember those guys?
I do remember.
They in your weddings?
I was a child. A young child. I was in the womb. Try for point is up and good. We are tied at 7:25 remaining to be played here in the first quarter. What Fresno State doesn't want is a shootout. Looks like they might have it.
No, something new. We've been there. Okay, folks.
Why not make a smaller one?
Carol?
This Thanksgiving weekend, obey the call of the wild, not the call of the couch. Make a reservation for Thanksgiving brunch at Hollywood Park. Friday, hit the Extra Sports 570 Brewfest. And Sunday, the first 12,000 fans receive free Hollywood Park umbrellas. Thanksgiving weekend at Hollywood Park.
Good morning. Your 2006 Nissan Murano is redesigned. A technological marvel. Equipped with all-wheel drive and fuel-efficient CVT transmission. A rear camera to help get in and out of tight spots. A powerful V6 engine and loads of secret compartments. We have detected a low lease of $309 a month. Hurry. Offers end November 30th.
Be the boss. Choose your sauce. Introducing the all-new flavor station from KFC. Try it and shatter your game time hunger. Brought to you by KFC.
Check your local listings.
Welcome back. We're tied at 7 minutes and 25 seconds left. Reggie Bush lighting it up once again. A 65-yard run to the 5-yard line. Lindale White finishes it off. Tied at 7. Jennings, one of the deep men for Fresno State, along with Marshall. This is a high end of a red kick. This is going to be Jennings. The 15 to 20. Gets a gap 30 to 35. And a flag is down, and now another flag comes in, and now 2 more. So we may have a penalty here. Call me a nut.
That's going to happen in this game, and I'm surprised this game has not been chippier in the first quarter than I expected it to be. I mean, these guys are going after each other, and that's never more evident than it is on a kickoff play.
So we had a flag back at the 17, 18-yard line. We have another one up here at the 43. Then 2 more came in from the side.
Guys flying around everywhere.
Well, we got a face mask against USC, blocking the back against Fresno State.
Nothing worse than offsetting penalties on the kickoff because it means you have to do it again. And believe me, no one wants to run down there again.
Illegal block in the back above the waist. Number 15 of the return team. Face mask. Defense. Penalties offset. Replay.
Oh.
Well, we're going to kick it again.
Now that's your worst nightmare.
Jennings, incidentally, averages 30 yards per kickoff return.
Oh, he's wonderful. And Fresno State is great on special teams. In fact, that's probably the only phase of this game that Fresno State has a clear-cut advantage. Very good on the special teams. They play a lot of their starters. USC, especially defensively, has had a lot of injuries this year. There's been a lot of people playing on special teams that maybe wouldn't normally be playing. They have a young kicker, young kickoff guy. They haven't been as good in special teams this year. Fresno State does have an advantage. They can't have penalties like that. That was a nice play if it wasn't a penalty.
So we'll do it all over again. Jennings and Marshall once more will be deep.
I'm telling you, you don't want to run down there again. You just did it. You don't want to do it again. And what about the guys in the wedge on the kickoff return team? One time, that's it. It's like a bee. You got that stinger. One time you can sting somebody. That's the only time.
I got to go do it again.
Oh, the worst.
And
and you've got 30 yards to think about it. That's the worst part about being on the kickoff team. You got to run down there and you're thinking about it the whole time. What did I get myself into? Why did I do this? Why didn't I play lacrosse? I was a good swimmer. Tennis.
The golf team. Van Blarker.
Nice polo shirt.
Drives this one, and this one is going to be a touchback. It was out of bounds, but it was a touchback. Our aerial coverage, courtesy of the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, its fleet of airships, reminding you to travel with peace of mind on Goodyear's new Assurance tires.
The world is yours.
We're big time, you know. We got the blimp, man.
Oh, the blimp parks
Goodyear
right by
blimp.
my house, you know.
Does it?
Yeah, it makes a lot of noise.
I've been in it. It's great fun.
You've been in a blimp?
I have been.
See, a man like you get those luxuries in life. Blimp trips.
Blimp trips.
People used to take blimps all around, you know, in the 40s.
That's right.
30s. They used to roll in blimps all the time. It was like the cool way to travel.
It was supposed to be the means of the future, but
they don't go
that
fast.
one little unfortunate incident.
Yeah, the old Hindenburg. They stopped filling them up with nitrogen after that.
That's right. You run out of breath trying to blow those suckers up. I'll tell you that. Pittiger on a draw play this time. Mathis straight ahead across the 20 to about the 21, 22-yard line. We'll take a Kyocera game break. Back to the studio, Mike Goldberg. Mike?
Barry, another one of those one-loss teams on the outside looking in. Number 4 LSU in Oxford, Mississippi, taking on the Rebels of Ole Miss. It is all Bayou Bengals. Backup quarterback Matt Flynn to Benny Brazell. Less than 3 minutes remaining. LSU big time in control, 40-7.
Pretty good team. The LSU Tigers are really tough at home.
Not an easy place to play.
No, it's
no
not.
question about that.
Second down 8 now for the Bulldogs. Pinniger, short drop with throw, slant, caught by Jennings, or Jameson rather, and he'll have a first down across the 35-yard line. Pinkard and Ware on the stop. Pinniger very impressive so far.
Pinkard way off on the coverage. Pinniger recognized that. Didn't look at anybody but Jameson. Drop back on the quick throw. Gets it to Jameson on the slant. Nice play by Fresno. They're moving those chains. Their offense so far looks very efficient. And USC's defense has done nothing to stop them. They haven't run the ball for 20 yards a pop. But they've got it to the line of scrimmage and got 3 yards a pop.
They got up there in a hurry this time. And now Mathis bounces it outside. And we'll get it up to about the 44-yard line. They hurried to the line of scrimmage, and they actually did catch one of the USC Trojans moving.
And that is what they've been doing in the first couple series in this game. They pop out of that huddle, and then I mean, it's like somebody's got a fast-forward button down. They run right up to the line of scrimmage, snap it on the first down. That time, Wendell Mathis getting behind the wall, kind of hiding on the zone play, popping out and getting their best run of the day, about 8 yards.
Second down and 3. Mathis this time comes in motion. They give it to the fullback straight ahead. And that's going to be Rivera, close to a first down, but I don't think they're going to give him a very favorable spot. They're going to say that his knee hit the ground at about the 46-yard line. So it's going to be about a yard short of the first down.
And now the Bulldogs bringing in Rashawn Vircher at fullback. Doesn't carry the ball a lot, doesn't catch the ball a lot, but he sure can block. Believe me, they're going to try to get this first down, running the football, make a statement here in the first quarter.
Third down, a yard. Long count by Pinnacle. They give it to Vircher, and Vircher will have the first down. That's only the 18th time that Vircher has touched the ball, and he's already a junior. But of those 18 times that he's touched the ball, he's got 5 touchdowns.
That was his second carry of the year right there. Gets it for the first down. A lot of faith Pat Hill has in his fullback to give him the ball in this big of a game, this early, on that important of a play. Rashawn Vircher, normally a blocker. Frosty Rucker gets to him and makes the tackle, but not before he makes the first down.
Just short of midfield at the 49-yard line. Again, a long count by Pinnacle. Play fake. Pinnacle will throw. Ball is caught once more. There's Jennings on the catch, and that's going to be a pickup of about 6, maybe 7 yards. Across the 45.
You see, Barry, how they spread the ball around. Not any of these receivers have more than 25 catches. Paul Williams, Jermaine Jameson, Adam Jennings that time, Joe Fernandez catching the ball. You've seen Vircher carry the ball, Matt Rivera catching the ball and with a carry. These guys are getting all over the field, and Pinnacle really distributing the ball well, keeping USC's defense on their heels.
Pinnacle doing a very nice job running his team.
7 of 9 right now for 88 yards and the touchdown.
Second down and 3. Give it to Mathis, and Mathis stopped almost immediately. Lawan Ramsey right there to stuff that for the Trojans. No gain.
But if they had a negative play, Fresno State has not had a negative play in this game thus far. They've been going forward, and they've been attacking. A lot of teams come out, and they kind of back up and wait for USC to dictate the pace to them. Even though USC scored very quickly, right now the Bulldogs dictating the pace early in this game.
Third down and 3, and a big play here for Fresno State. Trojans now in a dime defense. Mathis this time comes in motion. Here comes the blitz. Pinnacle has to unload. He does, got Williams, and he can't hang on at the 20-yard line. He was surrounded by 3 Trojans, and Josh Pinker, the guy who really stuck it.
He brought the blow that really jarred the ball loose. Look at Williams. They like him when the ball is up. They don't care how many guys are on him. Gets his hands on the ball, but you see that. Josh Pinker coming in with the shoulder, hitting Williams right in the neck, jarring it loose. What a beautiful shot of that. Scott Ware, the safety, took a little bit of that shot as well. And that was a big play for the USC defense. Again, that's twice. Paul Williams could have had balls that would really help his team out. That time, he doesn't get the catch. Now they have to punt it to Reggie Bush. That's a tough break for the Bulldogs.
They say they're not going to kick it away from Bush. They want to kick it high. Let him catch it and tackle it. And they kick this one not so high. Bush, a fair catch at the 11-yard line. So USC will start 89 yards away from the Fresno State goal. 32-yard punt, no return, tied at 7. We'll be back.
Adam Jennings, standout wide receiver at Fresno State. Dr. Sherman Sobey, his favorite professor. Jennings played a key role in Fresno State's victory over UCLA in last year's Silicon Valley Bowl. Sobey teaches health science and challenges students to make a difference in medical care.
You know him as a wide receiver, but Adam's also an honor student.
Hey, Professor, Fresno State is great in both athletics and academics.
Academics and athletics together at Fresno State.
Go inside the final moments before catastrophe strikes and reconstruct the final seconds from disaster. Tuesdays on the National Geographic Channel.
A new coach brings new hope for a basketball program long overshadowed by their football team. Join us for a look at Trojan Hoops with interviews and expert analysis. USC Hoops Preview, Monday at 11:30 on FSN West 2.
We're proud of you, boys. You're champions, huh? You're champions.
FSN West is proud to celebrate 20 years of memorable moments. September 15th, 1991. In the second game of his collegiate career, Marshall Faulk of San Diego breaks the NCAA single-game rushing record with 386 yards against Pacific. Faulk also set a school mark with 7 touchdowns in the game.
And everything just seemed to go good. These guys here, they just blocked for me like hell. They worked their butts off for me.
Tied at 7, 3:31 left first quarter. We go to the sideline. Jim Watson. Waddy?
Barry, of course, this is the second time that Fresno State and USC have met on a football field. Would take you back to a rainy day in '92, the Freedom Bowl. Trent Dilfer wasn't much for passing in those days either, but they were great on the ground. Anthony Daigle, a short touchdown, backed up by Ron Rivers with another one from 5 yards out. Rivers had 104 yards, 24-7. Fresno State wins. Jim Sweeney celebrating at midfield. SC, 4 turnovers, held to 183 total yards that day, and 1 week after that game, USC head coach Larry Smith was fired.
I remember that game. Fresno State was an 8-point underdog in that game, and they put a whooping on the Trojans.
Still talking about that one at the same time.
There's Bush behind a wall of blockers again. Good job defensively by Fresno State that time. They're stopping after a gain of about 5. Richard Marshall on the tackle.
You know, in the LA Daily News, a columnist named Steve Dilbeck wrote today, if Fresno State were to get a victory tonight, it would be the biggest thing to hit the San Joaquin Valley since irrigation. I thought that was such a great line, and it's the truth. I mean, they love when they get a shot at USC or UCLA. In the last 3 bowl games, they've beaten Georgia Tech, UCLA, and Virginia. I mean, they know how to play with the big boys, and they can do it. They're doing it right now.
You bet they are. They're playing flat-footed here. Right now it's a tie. They surround Steve Smith and drop him at the 20-yard line. Well, it's always a celebrity laden crowd. That's Rick Fox on the left. Spike Lee tearing him away from the New York Knicks game.
Yeah, but he's got his Yankees hat.
Yeah, he does.
Look at that hair. I mean, Fox can never figure out what to do with his hair. I mean, it just never works. I mean, short, long, I don't know. You had that look back in the day.
I did.
Yeah, that big, the bigger look, the more froofy. Yes, it was good. Like sandy blonde. Yeah.
3rd down short now for the Trojans. And again, it's to White. I don't think so. Fresno State just crashed the play. And the Trojans are going to have to give it up. Marcus McCauley leading the charge.
You don't often see a cornerback come in and lay a hit on a guy like Lindale White, but this is really the style of the Fresno State team. Look at that. Little tiny cornerback, only 200 pounds, putting it on Lindale like that. You don't often see that, but that's how Fresno plays football. Snarly and mean.
And here's the punt, a twisting punt. And this is going to be Jennings starting back. And Jennings has some room. A flag is down. And so is Jennings at the 35, but it's going to come back, I'm pretty sure. Flag is down at about the 48-yard line. But Jennings, pretty electrifying guy.
Moves around very well, got to the sideline very well, got behind his wall. I mean, if you're really watching these special teams in this game, bodies are flying around. Very violent out there.
And it is going to go against Fresno State. So a couple of big kick returns nullified by penalties here. Next week, college football coming back to FSN. Beginning Friday, it'll be Arizona State, the border war. They square off in-state bragging rights on the line. And then next Saturday, Iowa State battling Kansas in a showdown between Big 12 rivals. Our college football coverage beginning Friday and next Saturday right here on FSN. I can't join you for that one, Pete.
Thanks a lot. Thanksgiving in Arizona alone. I'll have the crew with me. I'll have the guys. I'll have a producer with me. I'll be with Waddy. Gonna miss Dick Quinlan, though.
Oh, I know.
He's gonna hang out with me.
Breaking up that old gang of mine.
That hotel Thanksgiving, that good hotel love.
Oh, yes. Pinniger rolling out this time. Now he throws. Mathis makes the catch to 40. Gets the 42-yard line. Again, positive first down yardage. Gain of 6. Keith Rivers on the tackle. Rivers is going to come off. Looks as though he might have rolled an ankle. He's coming off on one leg.
And that hurts USC. That hurts USC considerably. Keith Rivers, only a sophomore, but a big-time player for them. Now he's walking on both legs. Ray Mawaluga is going to come in at linebacker. He's a very exciting true freshman out of Eureka, California. So that makes 2 true freshmen playing for USC right now in the linebacker spots. Brian Cushing and Ray Mawaluga. Both huge recruits, though.
Going to wave that flag off. There was a flag thrown, but now they're going to wave it off. So no penalty and a gain of 6. Again, they hurry to the line of scrimmage and go in a quick count. And nothing doing this time. Well, a couple of yards as Mathis falls forward. Oscar Lua makes the stop. Picked up a yard, maybe 2.
Check out the USC defense. This is the spring defense that you're looking at. Then they lose Eric Wright. They lose Manuel Wright. Both of those guys are gone. Manuel Wright's in the NFL. 2 corners get hurt. Now Josh Pinkert, a safety, is playing quarterback. Dallas Sartz, a captain and a senior, out. And now Keith Rivers is gone. Right now he's off the field. And Ray Mawaluga's out there.
3rd down and short, a little more than a yard. Straight ahead and close to a first down. It will depend on the spot. Going to be very close, I think. Let's see if they get a favorable spot, and they don't.
And I like the way the Bulldogs came out and ran the ball on 3rd and short. They didn't get a gain. They're going to have to punt the ball. But I like the way they came out there, not trying to do anything fancy. They're trying to do what they do to win the football game. They're not changing their entire style just because they're playing the #1 team in the country. They're trying to be successful doing what has made them successful, but now they have to punt it to Reggie Bush.
They don't mind punting it to Reggie Bush.
They like to punt it high. They want a fair catch. They're looking for a fair catch. They're looking to get their coverage down there around it.
We asked Pat Hill specifically, and here's a fake, and I don't know. Again, it's going to depend on the spot. Fresno State thinks they have it, and from where the linesman is, they do have it. Well, there is really pulling on it. Josh Shirley on the short snap on a punt formation.
Pat Hill not afraid to pull the trigger. It is Shirley on the short snap. The personal protector gets in behind him. They get a pretty good push. Didn't really catch USC off guard. But at the same time, they didn't need that far to go. And that's the end of the first quarter. Wow, what a play to end it.
I'll tell you, I mean, this is a contest. Both these teams playing very well. Second quarter coming up. USC 7, Fresno State 7. Been a flat-footed tie, literally and figuratively. We'll be back.
No, something new. We've been there. Okay, folks.
Why not make a smaller one? Hey, girl.
Hey, Ed.
Here's Michael at the foul line. He shoots over Elo. No good. Michael misses. Cleveland wins. They're waving Giambi around.
If you're a fraction off, it can change everything. On the field and in the lab, where Gatorade scientists test and retest athletes so we know exactly what their bodies demand. Precision counts. Out there.
Bulls win! Bulls win! Yeah!
And in here.
You think about power. You think about space, towing capacity, versatility, comfort, and rugged reliability. Well, so does Honda. See what happens when great minds think about trucks.
Lease a Honda Ridgeline for $289 a month with a total drive-off of $1,510 for well-qualified customers.
Wiener Schnitzel introduces the all-new pastrami burger, the all-new pastrami sandwich, and everyone's favorite, the pastrami dog. It's a trio that's totally pastramalicious.
Fires.
We start the second quarter. Barry Tompkins, Petros Papadakis, and the man in the pink tie, Jimmy Watson, on the sidelines.
Very comfortable with himself in that tie.
I like that tie.
I like it
that.
too.
It takes a man to wear that
Everybody
tie.
knows I'm a fashion victim, you know. And Barry, you know, you take some risks with your clothing as well.
Absolutely.
Sometimes.
But I'm not as good looking as you guys.
Oh, that's not true. You know I'm the ugliest man on the broadcast team.
That's not true. That's all animal with you. Come on. You got all. Look at it. There's groupies everywhere in this group. That's an incomplete pass. Was not a lateral. And let's go to Jimmy Watson right now. He's got an injury update. Waddy?
Barry, as you guys know, the last thing that USC can afford is to lose another linebacker, especially the caliber of Keith Rivers. It was a hamstring, and Petros, you know this is the same hamstring that's been bothering him the last couple of weeks. It's on the right side, so they brought him off. They tried to rub it out. That didn't work. He got on the bike. That didn't work. So they actually had him drop his pants, and they taped a bag of ice to the back of the hamstring. He says he's ready to go back in.
That's a tough guy. Patrick Turner also left earlier on a cart. Try to check on him too. Trojans showing blitz here on 2nd and 10. And Pinniger changing the play. And they come with a blitz. And Pinniger looking over the middle and nobody there. And that's a little miscommunication, I think, between Devin McDonald and Paul Pinniger.
And that's a real chess match going on, not only between Pat Hill and Pete Carroll, but between Pinniger and the USC defense. There you saw Scott Ware, the safety, fake like he was coming to blitz, then back off. Pinniger changes the play, then he's back up, then he backs off, play changes again. Then he ends up coming on the blitz, giving Berger a hit. Pinniger gets the ball off, but throws it to nobody. There's a lot going on out there before the ball's being snapped.
That's the first time that Pinniger has had 2 straight incompletions in this game. Now 3rd and 10. Pinniger out of the gun. Steps up, throws, caught by McDonald, and he's got it. First down. Pinniger gunned that ball.
He did. He knew he had to get it in there. Gets it right in the middle of the USC defense. Colin Ashton, Ryan Ting on the coverage. Nice play by Devin McDonald. Really beautiful throw by Pinniger. Didn't take him long to pull the trigger, and McDonald holds on to that one, although barely had it between his legs by the time he hit the ground.
You can see what Pinniger and the Bulldogs have done. First down at the 44-yard line of USC. Give this time to Mathis. Mathis gets a little head of steam, and we'll get it down to about the 37-yard line. Upsets all over the place. Let's find out a little more. Kyocera Gabriel and Mike Goldberg. Goldie.
Barry, it is final in Miami. The number 3 Miami Hurricanes have been defeated by Georgia Tech. Remember, this was a game that was to be played much earlier this season. So it's Virginia Tech and Florida State now in the ACC championship game.
Wow, that interesting.
That's one of those hurricane makeup games. I remember Miami had a makeup game against UCLA in '98. UCLA was undefeated. They were upset by Miami. Remember that?
That's right, I do remember that. Pinniger rolls out this time, throws McDonald. That is Fairman makes the catch, and McDonald, the tight end, on the catch. And that will be another Fresno State first down at the 21-yard line, a gain of 15.
McDonald only 9 catches coming into this game. He's had 2 straight. Still can't hold on to the football.
No,
dropped the one by the end zone, almost dropped the last one. Coming around on the drive route, still getting positive yardage, being a very productive tight end for this offense.
Look at those numbers. Fresno State, 10 first downs. Only 4 for USC. We're tied at 7. Pinniger out of the gun once again. And the Trojans come with a blitz off the edge. And Pinnacle throws over the middle. That one is caught again by McDonald. And another Fresno State first down. And what a job Fresno State is doing in picking up those blitzes.
And I'm surprised that Pat Hill has left Devin McDonald in there. The guy keeps fumbling the ball, but he keeps getting positive yardage. He's doing it against the zone. He's finding spots. That time, he's got Schweigert on him. Schweigert's a defensive end. He's not an agile guy for pass coverage. Pat Hill recognizing that. Frank Signetti, the offensive coordinator for the Bulldogs, recognizing that, and they keep on using the tight end. Fresno State looking great on offense.
They really are. First down at the 7-yard line. This crowd absolutely alive. The pass is caught this time, and that is going to be no sign yet, short of the goal line. Mathis made the catch, stopped at the 1-yard line. He reached for the end zone, but his knee hit before the ball crossed the plane of the goal.
Right now, the Dogs have done nothing but be efficient offensively. That ball not well thrown, a little bit behind Mathis, ends up making the catch. You see the effort trying to get into the goal line. Colin Ashton was out there in the flat to stop him. That's a play that could have been a touchdown. Still a positive play. Now the Bulldogs right on the goal line. Knocking again.
Inside the 1-yard line. They got about 6 inches. Now let's call it a foot and a half. Pat Hill, I'll tell you. Pat Hill's on the sideline, and he is working the officials.
Oh, he really does. He works those officials hard. Works them all game, and you can see him barking behind him. And, you know, he wants his team to be respected. He wants his team to come out here and play as hard as they possibly can. They got a lot to lose. USC got a lot to lose. So does Fresno State in this football game. Let's watch this again. And you see the knee is down right there. That's a good call by the officials. That's nice placement. The knee is down. The ball's 6 inches, Barry. I'm not sure.
I would say.
It wasn't in, I'll tell you that.
That was the right call. And the officials, they'll look at it upstairs, but I would doubt that this is going to get overturned. Jack Wood, incidentally, is the referee in this game.
Good-looking man. I'm Greek.
Here's another look at it. Ball, as you said, was not Pinniger's best pass by any stretch of the imagination. Now, he did get the ball across the plane of the goal.
That's tough. It's tough to tell from that angle because you can't see the leg on the ground.
That's right. If the knee is down and the ball hasn't crossed the goal line, it is not a touchdown. I don't think this will get changed. You can see Pat Hill in the bottom left. He's talking all the. He sat and talked with us for what, 2 hours last night?
Yeah, and I had him on the radio, you know, earlier in the week on my radio show. And we taped the interview. That was 20 minutes before the interview, 15-minute interview, and then 25 minutes after the interview. I mean, he's really excited this week. And I thought I was special. I heard him on every other radio show in the country. He's really, really selling it this week, and it's his time to do it.
Why not?
Fresno State team is trying to do what Virginia Tech did, what Florida State did about a decade and a half ago, is really pull the program up and just fight your way into that club with the big guys, like anybody's had to do. You know, if you want to hang out with a cool crowd in high school, you got to buy the cool clothes. You got to be the cool guy. You got to act the right way, and that's what Fresno State's trying to do, and they're getting those officials. They're getting everybody. They're trying to get everybody on their side.
The officials have asked for another look, yeah. So maybe there is a question in their mind. I thought it was a pretty good call, and there has to be conclusive evidence, and I'm not sure that there is conclusive evidence to change this call.
Now, I didn't get past physical science in high school, which is like the real idiot science, you know, for the kids. I was like a senior. Everybody was a freshman.
You did better than I did.
Well, you know what I'm trying to say. I mean, I'm not a physics guy, but it's very difficult to look at momentum on a play like that and see right where the knee touches and right when the ball goes over. And even if they are looking at it over and over again, you have to think that the play on the field is going to stand. It's going to be second down and goal for the Bulldogs. They got a great chance to score. I guarantee you they're going to try to run this ball in right behind Vircher.
No question. And again, this continues. The crowd's starting to get a little bit antsy here.
I'm getting antsy.
Well, this is taking a while. And here we'll get the decision.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. The ball will be placed at the 1-foot line, second down.
So much ado about nothing.
Now we got to talk about high school.
That's true.
You know, I had my 10-year reunion recently. Didn't go.
Didn't go.
Too cool.
You were in a cool crowd.
No, no. What a drive.
And another foot to take it in here. Second down. Vircher. Touchdown. And the Bulldogs have gone in front. There's nothing fluke about it.
No, they've done it playing Bulldog football, doing what they do. Now, they've thrown a couple wrinkles, and this fullback never carries the ball. Here comes Rashawn Vircher right at you, taking on Oscar Lua. That's a big hit by both guys. Vircher didn't have far to go, and he's able to ride his body and get in. Big play for the Bulldogs and a very authoritative drive.
Zimmerman's try for point is up and good, and Fresno State has taken the lead. It's the Bulldogs 14, the Trojans 7. 12:07 remaining second quarter. The Bulldog fans loving it.
When you're smiling, the whole world smiles with you.
Some people are happier at work than others. They're using Kyocera printers and copiers. Kyocera, brilliant color. Advanced technology that's simple to use, and a low cost of ownership. They're people-friendly. People-friendly printers and copiers. Only from Kyocera.
The whole world smiles with you.
Okay.
Next.
Touchdown, USC! With 3 seconds to go, the Trojans have scored, and the Trojans will win the ballgame.
It's the AKC Challenge Dog Show, featuring more than 150 first-class breeds and the world's top trainers vying for the coveted Best in Show. Walmart presents the Mohegan Sun AKC Challenge Dog Show, Monday on FSN.
Tune in for the USC Hoops Preview, Monday at 11:30 on FSN West 2.
Rashawn Vircher with a touchdown, giving Fresno State the lead, 14-7. Look at Fresno's 3 possessions, Pete.
Long drives, a lot of plays, 9 plays, 8 plays, 12 plays. They've been going for long yardage, and they've been getting it 5, 6 yards at a time. They've completed passes. They've run the ball efficiently. They've gotten the fullback involved. All their receivers really got the tight end involved. Just looking stellar here in the first half. It's like a formula to beat Goliath. And right now, USC, by no means out of this game, and we know how quickly they can score. But they are on the ropes right now in the first half.
All right, now we started to talk earlier about the fact that there's a plan here. I can tell you where this kick's going to go. It's going to go to the right side. They'll kick it to Bush at about the 5 or 6 yard line. That's my prediction.
You're right, and it's going to be high.
So here comes Zimmerman. Kicks it to the right side. To Bush at the 3. Missed by 2 yards. Look out. Bush to 20, 25 to the 30, and tripped out. And it was Zimmerman who made the tackle. Well, during each Pac-10 head-to-head matchup on FSN this year, a Pontiac Pac-10 game-changing performance is selected. Pontiac awarded the school $1,000 to its general scholarship fund. Now here's your chance to vote for the Pontiac Pac-10 game-changing performance of the year, where Pontiac will award $10,000 to the winning school's general scholarship fund. Go to pac-10.org to vote and for your chance to win a pair of season tickets to your favorite Pac-10 football team. That's pac-10.org to vote now through November 24th. Trojans start at the 34. Leinart will go up. Now he has to step up and throws, and a great job to come back to the ball that time by Smith, who really got stuck by Marcus McCauley.
Fresno State is hitting out there. But you have to say, when you look at Matt Leinart, you look at Steve Smith, Leinart become more mobile this year, buying some time, getting the ball out there to Smith. Look at the hit. Ooh, that is a big hit. Big time hit by McCulley. Smith pops up. It's going to take a lot more than a couple strong drives and some mean hits to take USC out of a football game, especially in the Coliseum.
You bet. That's the 5th catch, incidentally, for Smith. Lindale White in the ball game now on first down at the 45-yard line. Play fake. Leinert's going to throw. Throws underneath this time for White, and White is stopped after a gain of about 9. But again, that's kind of a busted play that USC gets very positive yardage out of. Yeah, USC nothing new to come back from being behind. Oregon led to 13-0, and they just wore the Ducks out. Arizona State was up 21-3. Got a little cocky at halftime. Lost 38-28. Notre Dame, they're behind. Down the stretch, had a comeback score on the last play of the game to win. They have character. And that's what comes of winning 32 games in a row.
That's how you win 32 games in a row.
That's exactly right. Second short. Lindale White, first down. Sanchez on the tackle.
Now, I think there's a reason Lindale White is in the game now and not Reggie Bush. We'll see if he stays in the game, because they have got to take a little bit of air out of the ball. You don't often see USC having to do that. Now Lindale is coming out for Reggie Bush. They have got to have a more sustained drive, maybe run the ball a little bit more. You saw Lindale getting the reception on the play fake. They've got to use him a little better in the first half, because Fresno State has been very physical. USC's got to come back and be physical as well.
First down at the 43-yard line. Here's Bush. Bush bouncing outside. He's the 35 to the 30. Another first down and a pickup of 14 for Reggie Bush. Marcus McCauley makes the stop, but he gets there right now.
He does, and that's USC running an isolation play. They don't do that a whole lot. They got their fullback, Brandon Hancock, number 40 in the game. Look at the block. Tries to be submarined by his linebacker. Gets right over him. That's plenty of room for Reggie to get around. He doesn't need a very big crease. Gets through that crease and gets up the field for the first down. I like what USC's doing here, running the football, and now you see Lindale White back in the football.
First down at the 32-yard line. They will wear you out. Short drop and a quick screen for Bush. Bush, 25 and a 20. Cracked right at the 20-yard line. Lost the handle of the ball, but that will not be a fumble. Another first down. And USC picking it up in chunks right now.
See Alan Goodwin on the stop. Big hits everywhere, all over the field in the first half of this football game. This is just one of those games that you love to watch. One team that does nothing but win, another team that's very similar, does nothing but win, that has been looking to play this game for a long time. Fresno State definitely has a chip on its shoulder, and they're taking it out right now on USC, but SC moving that football.
They're both playing great. Here's Leinart with time. Nice to step up, throws underneath. Flag is down. Ball is caught by McCoy. Pickup of about 7. We'll see about the flag. Tyrone Culver on the coverage. It's going to go against Fresno State.
Maybe defensive holding.
Could be. Personal foul, face mask. That's going to give the Trojans, I believe, a first down. We'll see.
Pat Hill doesn't like it, but you know, those are penalties of contact. And when you're undersized and you're playing against the best team in the country, the best program in the country, I mean, you're going to have those kind of penalties. You're fighting hard, hand slips up on a guy's face, you try to be aggressive out there. That kind of stuff is going to happen. And I know Pat Hill looks mad, but I think he'll take those kind of penalties. He just can't have the offsides and delay of games and things like that.
Personal foul. Defense number 71. Face mask. Penalty will be enforced half the distance from the previous spot. Foul occurred during the pass play.
So during the pass play means that they will mark it from that 7-yard gain halfway to the goal. And it'll be the Trojans' ball at the 9-yard line. It was Garrett McIntyre who was guilty.
And you saw him on Lindale White. Lindale White, very stout, blocking a preseason All-American defensive end. Lindale White, a tailback. You're not supposed to be able to block that guy, but he stood in there, Got his legs bent, blocked Aaron McIntyre. McIntyre frustrated, got his hands up on his neck.
White stays in the ball game. As the single setback. Short drop liner, thrown out for Jarrett and almost intercepted. Richard Marshall had his hands on the ball, but Jarrett did a nice job to turn into a defender that time.
Jarrett has not had a strong game. That's his best play of the game, and that was saving an interception. Here's Jarrett, very tall. Marshall, 5'11", and Jarrett does a good job of just wrapping up Marshall and wrestling him down, trying to separate him from the ball. Not a good throw by Liner, but you see that jump by Marshall. Very nice leap. Good anticipation to knock that one down.
Sure was. Second out and goal at the 9-yard line. Reggie Bush back in the ball game. They give it to Bush. Bush stutter steps. They've got about 2, down about the 7. It'll be third down and goal at the 7-yard line. McIntyre and Goodwin bring him down.
Now, you said earlier that both teams were playing great, and that's true. USC's done a good job of keeping the ball here, giving their defense a little time to rest. Fresno State's done a good job of tightening that up here inside the 20. If they can force a field goal the way their offense is going, this will be a big victory for the Bulldogs in the first half.
Third down and 7. Huge play right here. Bush is the tailback. Kurtman up on the wing, now in motion. Liner straight back to pass, has time. Now he has to step up. And he will be cracked down at about the 7-yard line. And that's the coverage that time. Tyrone Culver makes the stop on Liner, but it was the great coverage that forced that.
There's Richard Marshall almost with the pick. He's on Steve Smith. Steve Smith coming across, trying to get open for his quarterback. Not there. Other side of the field, Marcus McCulley on Jared. Jared trying to do the same thing. Coming across the back of the end zone. Not going to happen. Matt Leinart got nowhere to throw it. Look at that. Great defense by the Bulldogs. Mario Danello on the kick.
26-yard at 10. Fresno State loves to get after you on these. You don't get this one, though. And Danello's field goal try is good. And you're right. I think a moral victory, if there is such a thing, by Fresno State. But USC does put 3 on the board. Look at the scoreboard with 7:52 remaining in a half. 14-10 Bulldogs.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Tomorrow's leaders, creators, inventors, and scholars will come from the same place as today's.
The Force is with you, young Skywalker.
Discover the one thing they all have in common. The University of Southern California, inventing the future and honoring the past since 1880.
It's Toyota's 12-day Thanksgiving celebration. For 12 days only, lease an 06 Camry for $249 a month with a $1,500 drive-off, or choose $750 cash back, or $2,900 financing, or lease an 06 Sienna for $229 a month with $19.99 due at signing. But hurry, Toyota's 12-day Thanksgiving celebration ends November 27th. Toyota, moving forward.
Everyone talks about how tough their truck is, how much it can haul. But when we build a truck, we like to think beyond the first load, to the second, the third, the fourth. That's why load after load, job after job, year after year, nothing stops a Tundra. Toyota Trucks, moving forward.
College Football Saturday on FSN is presented by Kyocera. Now there's a whole new reason to smile. People-friendly printers and copiers only from Kyocera. And brought to you in part by Toyota. Choose any direction as long as it's forward. Toyota, moving forward. By KFC's $4 meals. All the quality of a casual dining meal at half the price. And the First Down line is brought to you by Overstock.com. Save up to 70% every day. It's all about the O. We welcome you back. 25-yard field goal officially by Danello. And it's a 14-10 ball game. Fresno State will get it back. Troy Van Blarcom will kick it off. for the USC Trojans. Jennings, the deep man, with Marshall. And this is going to be Jennings at about the 2-yard line. To the 10, the 15, got a gap, to the 30, to the 40, to the 45-yard line. This guy is tough.
Nice return. Darnell Bing, a starter on defense for USC, has to make the tackle. Look at this lane open up. Wow. Look at that lane. And that's just a poor kicker. True freshman Van Blarkham between Jennings and the end zone. Van Blarkham gets in his way enough for Darnell Bing to catch up. What a nice jump on offense for Fresno State. You can do that when you have a good return game. Fresno State's among the best in the country with returning ball.
They really are. Their special teams are very, very good. First down at the 45-yard line. Pinniger going to go up on first down. Throws, ball's caught by Williams into USC territory at the 40-yard line. Josh Pinkard on the stop, but again, good throw and catch from Pinniger to Paul Williams.
Pinniger hasn't missed.
No, I'm telling you. He's also shown a good touch. And when he has to gun the ball, he guns the ball.
And the Bulldogs need to get Paul Williams going. We've seen him drop a couple balls. He's been hit on them, but those are catches he's got to make if they're going to win this game. Maybe he gets himself going with that catch, but right now, Pinniger playing like a star.
Well, remember, he threw for 413 yards against Oregon, so he seems to play up to the level of his competition. Pinniger going to throw again, and this one's caught underneath by Fernandez. A pickup of about 8. So they are just moving the ball down the field. Pitch and catch. First down line brought to you by theoverstock.com. Save up to 70% every day because, well, we always talk about this, Pete.
It's all about the O.
So we were talking about that at breakfast.
Can't stop talking.
It's the O, it's the bacon.
Haunts me in my sleep.
This comes in motion this time, and it goes straight ahead to the fullback. Vircher, or rather Rivera. Rivera will be close to the first down, but a little short.
And we talked to Pat Hill last night for an extended period of time. And he was talking about the last time Fresno State played the #1 team in the country. They went into Norman, Oklahoma, took on the Sooners in 2003 when everybody was talking about Oklahoma being the greatest team of all time. And he thought his team was a little big-eyed in that game, maybe a little bit tentative in that game. Not afraid, but just, out there knowing who they were up against. He thinks this team is older, more mature, and they're handling it better, especially here in the first half.
Third down and short, and this is 2-down territory. And again, they give it to the fullback, and this will be close. I don't know. This is going to be very close. I think it's going to be a little short.
Brian Cushion making the tackle there. Nice play. Fresno State really wearing out those fullbacks.
It's going to be fourth down. I'm sure they'll go here.
They're going to give it to the fullback?
I think they will.
Well, Vircher's coming in. He's the big back.
Now, it would really take some guts to go play fake and go for the whole ball here.
Might as well. They already faked the punt.
Fourth down, inches. Fullback again, and he got it. Not by much. And they're going to take a long look at this. I might have been a little premature, but it's going to be extremely close. I thought he got a pretty good push, and I think he's going to get this, but not by much.
I'm not going to say the play calling here is arrogant, but it is very gutsy, giving the ball to the fullback over and over again. Third and short, fourth and short, basically saying this is us, try to stop it.
Now this is going to be really close. Just eyeballing it here, I think he got it, but it is really close.
Well, it looks like he gets it on the push of the offensive line alone.
He got turned around, though.
Nice play by Colin Ashton, who really had a hold of Vircher and would not let go. And a play like that, it's so close, it really comes down to the spot.
And it's like John Mann always talks about left-footed spot or right-footed spot. He got it. By that much.
Keep feeding the fullback, I guess.
Bertram moves the pile low. Look at Pat Hill. He's looking at this measurement. Yeah, we got that one.
You don't think he's feeling it right now on the sideline?
He was feeling it yesterday.
He had me feeling it.
He did, that's right. We went out and did a few push-ups.
Didn't need any coffee last night.
Ball just inside the 30-yard line. Slot left. First down, Bulldogs. They bring Rivera in motion. And they throw that quick screen this time. And that's Jennings getting it ahead to about the 21-yard line. Brian Cushing on the stop. And a pickup of 7. They continue to get positive first down yardage.
And that is how they're going to win this football game if they're going to win it. That is just an old, call it the El Camino play from El Camino Junior College in Torrance, California. John Featherstone, a famous junior college coach who used to run that play. Throw it out there, get a couple blockers in front. It's like a run play, but it's out of the perimeter.
Second down and 3. Mathis comes in motion. Pitteger going to throw. Throws underneath for Mathis. First down to 15. Gets it to about the 14-yard line. Another Fresno State first down. Mathis, a guy who walked on this. This guy's not even in the press guy. Started his career at UCLA, walked on at Fresno State, and he's the starting running back.
Well, he was a scholarship player at UCLA and didn't like his situation there because he was behind Manuel White and Tyler E. Bell. Came up to Fresno State. Pat Hill said, well, you can walk on, earn a scholarship, and now he's going to cross 1,000 yards probably in this game. Paul Pitteger, 8 for his last 8 with 84 yards. He's been money.
First down, they mark it right at the 15-yard line. They go out of the I formation once again. Pitteger going to go up again. Throws over the middle, got a man, touchdown! Joe Fernandez! And the USC fans are sitting, I think, in stunned silence.
Joe Fernandez double move, but still takes the post. What a throw by Paul Pitteger, threading the needle underneath Scott Ware, the safety. What can you say right now about this Bulldog offense? They're hitting the flats, they're hitting the running backs, they're hitting the middle, they're hitting the receivers, they're hitting everybody.
And you got to give it up for the offensive line, too, because Paul Pitteger has not been touched. The extra point is good. Fresno State leads it by 11. Bulldogs 21, Trojans 10.
Wow.
We're going to the studio on the other side of this. Don't go away.
College basketball hits the floor on FSN. High-flying Hassan Adams leads perennial power Arizona. But the rebuilt Virginia Cavaliers are looking for an early season upset.
They are going crazy. Unbelievable.
The drama returns to center court November 27th on FSN.
Touchdown, USC! With 3 seconds to go, the Trojans have scored, and the Trojans will win the ballgame.
Witness the baddest men on the planet.
Oh, there's a big right hook.
The Pride Fighting Championships are on FSN.
Tremendous battle.
Featuring Hollywood Henderson, Shogun Rua, Fedor Emelianenko, and Rodrigo Nogueira. If you think you've seen fighting to the extreme, you haven't seen anything yet. The Pride Fighting Championships tomorrow on FSN.
We're proud of you, boys. You're champions, huh? You're champions.
Tune in for the Rewind Marathon, December 2nd, starting at noon on FSN West 2.
Wow. Mike Goldberg, Kellen Winslow, Billy Ray Smith getting set for the College Football Saturday halftime report.
Hey, I'll tell you what, legendary coach, I think we'll hang it up after this ball game. Talk about the little tricks Fresno State's using on USC that's really working for them.
We got ourselves a ball game. We'll see you at halftime, everybody.
All right, thanks, guys. We'll look forward to that. Fresno State leads it by 11, and we were just talking in that break. P, there's nothing fluke about what's going on here.
No, they have done what they do. They've played physical football. They've completed passes. They've played physical defense. And I don't think USC came into this game flat. I don't think USC needs to gut check at halftime. I just think USC's in a battle with a great football team, with a great football coach, great football program.
I feel the same way. Now here's this end-over-end kick. It's going to be Bush at the 9-yard line. They're getting up high. Bush trying to come to the center of the field. No place to go. They wrap him up at the 10. Remember Pete Carroll telling us yesterday that there's stuff at stake for us every game we play. It's like the national championship, and here are some of the things that are at stake. 32 straight wins, 25 straight home wins, 30 straight #1 rankings. I mean, there's a whole lot, and were it not for that triple overtime, what, there'd be 44 straight, right?
43, I think they've won 43 out of 44. It's tough. I mean, when you're around a program that does nothing but win, and win consistently, everything is magnified. Everything you do, every step you take, every step every player takes, magnified.
This is Bush, and Bush again gets into the secondary. Look out, slipped away from 2 tacklers. He's at the 30 and tripped up from behind on what might have been a saving tackle by Marcus McCauley.
You don't think Reggie Bush is out there playing? You don't think this USC team is playing right now? 21 yards on the run by Reggie Bush, making 3 people miss. You see those Bulldogs coming at him. They're trying to tackle. Reggie Bush started to run zone a little better this year. Knows when to cut it back. Look at him out there creating for himself, switching the ball. That's a great run by Reggie Bush, and both these teams right now playing at a very high level.
Oh, I'm telling you. Bush 6 carries, 109 yards now. You can see his average just under 8 yards a carry. This time it's Lendale White. And White running over people across the 35 to the 37. Gain of 5.
The Trojans have had enough of watching Fresno State make it look easy against their defense. They're running the ball right now, using their tight ends, alternating Reggie Bush with Lendale White. Now Reggie Bush back in the football game. Matt Leinart might hand it off for a little while. If they do throw it, they'll go downtown.
2nd down. Call it 4. Slot right with Smith in the slot. McFoy to the left side. And the give is to Bush, and Bush slips 2 tackles again, and still on his feet, and finally stopped after he gets enough for the 1st down at the 44-yard line. And I'm telling you, watching Reggie Bush is absolutely a treat.
Well, a run like that, those are the most exciting 5 yards in college football. Reggie Bush coming on the gap play. McIntyre flashes in front of his face, and all this is just Reggie Bush refusing to go down, refusing to get tackled, trying to pull his team back into this football game. Josh Shirley eventually makes a stop.
1st down, USC at the 44-yard line. Smith in motion out of the backfield. Leinart, pump fake, now comes back over the other way. He's in trouble. And he throws underneath for White. White makes the catch and is stood straight up short of midfield at the 49 by Dwayne Andrews. Bulldogs continuing to bring the wood.
Yeah, they are. Dwayne Andrews putting a hit on Lendale White. McIntyre hits him first pretty good. Lendale makes the catch on an underhand throw by Leinart. Andrews makes that hit from his knees and stops Lendale White. Lendale got caught in front of him flat-footed. Probably should have kept the momentum going and got a 1st down. Instead, 2nd and short, but a nice play by the Trojans on 1st down.
2nd down and 5. White stays in the ball game. 2 tight ends for the Trojans. And here's a reverse to Bush. And he's stopped immediately by Klutz. Well, so far the Bulldogs just reaching into the hat and coming up with aces.
And they've done it by playing hard. They haven't run a flea flicker. They did have the fake punt, but it was just to get a yard. And here's 3rd and 7. This could be the biggest play of the game so far for USC. They've got to keep their offense on the field right now. If that Fresno State offense gets back out there and goes down and scores before the half, a minute left, SC's going to be in a world of hurt in that tunnel at halftime.
They split Hancock. 3rd down and 7. Everybody in the pattern. Leinart in trouble. Now he has to throw. He throws short. And that may be a fumble. I think that's a fumble. They're going to say it is not. They're going to say it's a 1st down for the Trojans at the 45-yard line. And that is a huge break. Dominique Byrd was on the receiving end of that. And I think they are going to say that that was a completed pass and a 1st down and no fumble.
And he was down, Dominique Byrd on his back when that happened. What a nice play by Matt Leinart. Getting that ball, flipping it out of the pocket, sidearm to Dominique Byrd, who did not start this game. Byrd making the catch.
I think they're going to look at this, and I do think it was the right call, but Byrd was juggling the ball before he went down. Then he got possession.
Yeah, I think he did have possession. He was juggling the ball. Raymond Washington was hanging on his back. I think he got possession right before his back hit the ground. Then he coughed up the ball.
No, I agree. I think the call will stand. But I think in this case, smart thing to do. Fresno State has called a timeout here. And now Pete Carroll's working the officials too.
Well, Pete does some work on the officials as well. Pat Hill's not the only one out there.
Well, Pat Hill, feels that he's not accusing the officials necessarily of making biased calls, but he does feel like when he plays on the road, and plays against a good team, and these are Pac-10 officials, that perhaps sometimes things don't go exactly the way he would like.
What it is the mentality of his team and his mentality. Anytime, anyone, anywhere. They'll go anywhere and play anybody because they're trying to become great. They're trying to become up there with what Florida State did a while back and Virginia Tech. We've been talking about it all night. And to do that, you have to fight for yourself.
And he is doing that. And a good job done by the referee, too, to explain it all. Coming up at halftime, of course, Mike Olbert, Keller Winslow, Billy Ray Smith, all the scores and highlights. And, of course, there have already been a couple of upsets today. All the rivalry games today. There's a whole lot to talk about at halftime with the guys in the studio. We'll be getting to that in 40 seconds on the game clock, but who knows how long in reality. First Down Line brought to you by Overstock.com. Visit Overstock.com today and start saving because, as we've said many times, many times.
It's all about the O.
That's what we've said many times.
Over and over, like crimson and clover.
It starts with an O.
Let me tell you something, though. Nobody's going to fight for you. We're talking about Pat Hill and this program trying to pull itself up. Nobody's going to fight for you if you don't fight for yourself.
What happened? You know what? I don't think they were looking at it. I think Fresno State just called a timeout. It's all a moot point. First down at the 45-yard line. Reggie Bush starts to the right side. Tries to bounce it outside. And again, a big-time tackle. That time, Richard Marshall blew his shoe. And we're going to get a timeout called by USC here.
Richard Marshall making a nice open field tackle on Reggie Bush on the zone play. Reggie cuts it back. And Richard Marshall getting his head right on Reggie's thigh, takes his shoe and throws his shoe up into the air. I don't think I've ever seen that, a thrown shoe on the football field.
I've seen horses throw a shoe. He got a sock too.
Just throws it straight up in the air. Disrespectful. Throw another guy's shoe.
Timeout is good, I guess, for Reggie Bush. Huh? You have to go back and retrieve his...
He had to wait for it to hit the ground first. That thing went 20 yards up in the air.
The USC Trojans have trailed at the half 6 times during this 32-game streak. They have come back every time. But it's interesting. Against Arizona State, you really had the feeling they were going to come back. Against Notre Dame, you had the feeling they were going to come back. I did, truly.
But those were games on the road. Right now, Fresno State is doing this in the Coliseum. I don't think they've ever trailed at halftime in the Coliseum.
I thought Oregon, when they went ahead, honestly, up at their place, thought they might have a chance.
Really?
I did. Shows you what I know. Hey, look, I think Oregon, with Kellen Clemens, they've proven to be a pretty darn good team even without him.
And right now, Fresno State playing USC tough, up 11 points. Remember, this is a team that can get worn down. USC bigger, stronger, and faster. But is this the Bulldogs' day? Could be.
Certainly been their half. 32 ticks remaining. Second down and 5. have to think that Leiter will try to take a shot at the end zone somewhere along the line here. Straight back he goes. Now he has to roll away from pressure. Being chased from behind. Now he throws to the end zone. Smith is there. And it is knocked out again. Good coverage by the Bulldogs. Tyrone Culver has come up big today.
Culver and McCauley all over Steve Smith. That's a ball that could have been intercepted. Probably not a good decision by Matt Leinart. But look at him trying to buy time, checking to see if he's behind the line of scrimmage. Steve Smith makes a break for the goal line and goes up. Smith had a chance, but very nice play by Culver getting over, getting between Steve Smith and the football. Right now, USC's playing on its heels. You have to say, Fresno State has dictated the tempo ever since the kickoff in this first half, and that's what you got to do to beat USC.
They've won every aspect of the game. They've won the offensive battle, they've won the defensive battle, and they have certainly won the special teams battle. 3rd down and 5. You got to think this is 2-down territory here. Leinart to throw, hit as he throws, and the ball underthrown but caught by Bird. Nice grab by Dominique Bird, and a 1st down at the 33, and that's as close as Fresno State has gotten to Matt Leinart. Now the clock becomes a factor. 18 seconds, it'll stop while they move the chains. The Trojans get right to the line of scrimmage. That's experience at the quarterback position right here. 18 seconds left, ball at the 33-yard line. Leinart straight back, has time. Now he throws from the sideline for Jarrett. And Jarrett just steps out of bounds. Soft coverage that time by Fresno State. And a 1st down at the 22-yard line. At the very least, you'd have to think that puts USC in field goal range.
You see the coverage, Richard Marshall bailing way off Jarrett. Raymond Washington, the nickel, coming over, but not before Jarrett gets out of bounds. This is an experienced USC team. I mean, just not the quarterback. Matt Leinart, yes, but this whole offensive line, the receivers, the backs, the fullbacks, the tight ends, everybody has been there before, and they've been through tough games. They're not panicking right now.
Not at all. They're not playing badly. We have to emphasize that. 1st down, Leinart straight back. He's got time again. Now he throws, and a great grab that time by Jarrett. Out of bounds at the 14-yard line with 6 seconds remaining. Now what do? You take a shot at the end zone here?
I don't know. You got 6 seconds left. Here you see Jarrett working on Marshall. Tighter coverage this time, but a nice throw and a great grab by Dwayne Jarrett. Just the maturity of this USC offense, very methodically getting the ball down, managing the clock while you got 6 seconds left. USC's taking a timeout. What do? You take a shot at the end zone. If you don't get it, you try to kick it, but 6 seconds, you better get that ball out fast.
Yeah, it's an interesting, and right about the 20-yard line, 14-yard line, I should say, it's iffy, but again, you got Matt Leinart at quarterback, who is arguably the best in college football at managing the game, and throw it out of the back of the end zone before he would let the time run down.
Well, he's got to do it quickly no matter what he does, and the ball has got to be in the end zone.
Right.
You can't throw the ball into the field and hope a guy runs it into the end zone. He's got to throw it into the end zone, and if they don't get the touchdown, they got to kick it.
So Pete Carroll and Matt Leinart talk it over. Lane Kiffin, the offensive coordinator, is the guy that likely will make this call with Carroll's approval. And there are some ties, of course, between the Fresno State program and Lane Kiffin.
Lane Kiffin was a quarterback, the offensive coordinator at USC, quarterback at Fresno State. Pat Hill came in, took over the program. Lane Kiffin was recruited by Sweeney. Pat Hill came in, took over the program. Lane Kiffin stayed around as a student coach for one more year, helped with the quarterback.
Now they're going to kick it. They decide not to take a chance.
6 seconds, not a lot of time.
They'll go for the field goal with 6 ticks left, right. Yeah, Lane Kiffin was a student assistant for Pat Hill.
Backed up Billy Volek.
Yes, he did. Jeff Tedford was his offensive coordinator.
Not a bad coach.
Sturdy Golden's won the big game today, 27-3 over Stanford.
Saw that coming.
31-yard attempt for Danilo on what is likely the last play of the first half. Gets it up and gets it through. So with 2 ticks left, there will be a kickoff. 21-13 ball game now as USC gets it to within a one possession game. Here's Danilo. And He drives that one through with plenty to spare.
Pete Carroll likes that. He does. He wishes they could have got a touchdown, but SC's hanging in this game right now, and that's positive to come down and have a drive, get 3 points. Don't have Fresno going off on too much of a high. They're going to be on a high going up that tunnel, but you don't want them on too much of a high. You want to show that your offense can be efficient and that you could have scored a touchdown if the time didn't run out. SC's offense looking fine in this game. The defense really having trouble with that Fresno State offense because they have been all over the field doing a lot of different things very well.
Yeah, they really have. Now, Pete Carroll historically has made excellent adjustments at halftime. That accounts for some of those comeback wins along the way in this win streak of USC's. And as, again, you can't emphasize enough, this is not about USC not playing particularly well. This is all about Fresno State playing exceptionally well.
And they have this game detailed. They've been game planning a while. They beat Boise State on a Thursday night, had a couple extra days to look at it. Pat Hill, of course, being in Fresno, California, pays attention to USC, a big fan of USC football, loves what they do, loves the way they coach, pays attention, and they've detailed their game plan. They feel like they really have a chance to win.
Going to let this one bounce, and it's going to be picked up and fallen on by the short man. And the first half will come to an end with that, and Fresno State just absolutely sensational on the offensive side of the ball, not bad defensively either. There was their first touchdown. A little luck involved here.
But still an efficient drive. Then they get the fullback involved. Bircher carrying the ball a lot. Short yardage, doing a great job. Pettiger been nothing but money, hitting Fernandez, sneaking that ball in there underneath the safety. They've looked phenomenal.
No, there's no question about it. I mean, every possession they had was a productive possession, even the one that ended in a punt. Still 8 plays.
They got a good game plan. They've come in, they've executed it, and they've hit USC hard.
All right, Jim Watson's got Pat Hill. Waddy?
Fresno State is winning this game because of tempo. Coach, your short passing game has been exceptional in the first half.
Yeah, it's been a good physical game, and we need to come out in the second half. Like I said the other day, every play is magnified, and we just got to keep the pace up and keep going, because we can get this game if we just keep playing at a very high tempo and play every play one at a time.
Well, this is going to be the most important halftime speech you've ever made. What are you going to say to these kids?
There's no speech. We just got to play Bulldog football.
Appreciate it. 92, the Freedom Bowl. They say that's the most important victory in the history of Fresno State. Barry, they're 30 minutes away from shocking the college football world.
And playing like they mean business. Let's go to the Kyocera Game Day studio.
Wow, what a first half. That meant I've been the speech right there. You know, we just have to play Bulldog football, guys. Yeah, right there, right now. Yes. Welcome into our studio.
Well, it was a half to remember for the Fresno State Bulldogs. They will try for a repeat in the final 30 minutes, and should they do that, I'll go back to the words that you said, P. Greatest upset in college football history.
Well, what's at stake for USC is unbelievable. Here's how it started out. McIntyre, the tight end, fumbling into the arms of his teammate. Unbelievable play, and then, of course, Lindale White with the zone play. We've seen a lot of that. We have not seen a lot of this. Fresno State very physical against USC. Rashawn Bircher, the fullback, getting a lot of work. And then the pass to Fernandez by Pettiger, maybe one of the great passes of Pettiger's career, really thread the needle there.
You can see the numbers here. 15 first downs for Fresno State, 14 for USC. Fresno State did not rush for a lot of yards, but did rush effectively. 203 passing yards for the Bulldogs, 104 for Matt Leinart in the first half. 65 of those 128 rushing yards, of course, coming on one play from Reggie Bush. Bush over 100 yards on just 6 carries.
Fresno State looking to conquer a giant. 32 straight wins, 43 of 44. 15-0 is Pete Carroll in November. 25 straight home wins. 30th straight week ranked #1 in the AP poll. If Fresno State can pull this off, Barry,
I think
turn the college football world upside down.
Upside down. Not to mention the Valley.
That won't exist anymore. That's just the party is gonna blow that place out.
You can see the comparison between the quarterbacks. These guys really are similar in style, similar in how they're built, similar in how they throw the football, similar in how they manage a football game.
They are. They're both very smart quarterbacks. They know how to check in and out of plays. They do that well, and they're both very precise with their passing.
Jennings coming out from 2 yards deep. Tries to get to the outside, cuts it back, and is stopped short of the 20-yard line. And a flag comes in from about 20 yards away. Clay Matthews made the stop at the 15-yard line. Probably ill-advised to bring that one out, especially when the return was set up to the far side. And that's going to back the Bulldogs up all the way to about the 7-yard line.
And that's their third or fourth penalty in the kicking game.
During the return, illegal block in the back above the waist, number 15 of the return team. Penalty will be enforced half the distance to the goal line. First down.
That'll take it all the way back to the 6-yard line. You can see how productive Fresno State was in the first half. And we even mentioned that punt. That still used up 8 plays, even though it only went 36 yards, and it kept the defense from being out on the field for a long period of time.
Positive plays all night. The defensive line and linebackers have not gotten to Pinniger.
Fresno starts 94 yards away. I think a very important drive right here.
Look how low Pinniger is, taking that snap like an option quarterback.
Big guy, too, going to throw out of his own end zone. Does, caught by Williams. First down on the first play, out to the 20-yard line. Let's go to the sidelines. Jim Watson, why do you talk with Pete Carroll? What do you say?
He hates that short passing game that they're showing again. You know, I talked to him about the offense. I said, what's the problem? He said, long fields have led to breakdowns for us. Then we talked about Fresno State, and he talked about, and he had some admiration in his voice about the great job that Fresno State is doing with that short passing game. Pinniger is unbelievable so far. I asked about adjustments. Will you bring the cornerbacks up? He said, we'll make some changes, but no. He said the real key is first downs for Fresno State. We have to stop them on first down. Hey, guys, didn't Pat Hill say the same thing last night?
I believe he did. Well, these coaches are really part of a mutual admiration society. They both have great respect for one another. And I think they will have after this game, no matter what way it goes. Give this time to Mathis. Not much. Got about 2, maybe 3. 3 yards. They were telling us that's good enough.
Well, we talked about it at halftime. If Fresno State can do what they've done, and especially what they did in the first half, and get a nice long drive here, even if they have to punt it or just get a field goal, they're really going to make a believer out of USC. Right now, a lot of people are saying, well, USC's been down before in the second half. They've come back. Not going to be a problem. They'll wear Fresno State down. They're bigger. But if Fresno State can score here, look out.
Well, I think the difference, too, is in those other games where they were behind in the first half, you can make a case for USC being flat. They weren't flat in the first half of this game. Pinniger to throw again. Now he comes back over the middle, incomplete. Intended for the tight end McDonald. And I thought Lua had a lot of jersey there.
He did. That's what you get when a middle linebacker is back there playing the pass. No call on it. Oscar Lua doing a good job backing up and getting a hand up. And that was a big play for USC, forcing that incompletion. Fresno State with a 3rd and long right now. If they force a 3-and-out punt and USC can come back and score, Fresno State might start to tighten up a little bit.
I think that's absolutely right. Big play right here. 3rd down and 7. Fresno State has not had a lot of 3rd and longs. They go out of the gun. Pinniger straight back. Now he throws, almost intercepted. There's a throw that I'm sure Paul Pinniger would love to have back. Ryan Ting almost had the pick. And if he got the pick, he was gone.
Well, the thing that jumped out at me was the great protection. Pinniger's had it all night. USC bringing 4 guys. They can't touch him. Not a great throw, and Ryan Ting getting in front, batting it down. Nice play. Great stand by the USC defense, forcing a 3-and-out coming right out of the tunnel. Now Fresno State's got to punt it. It's going to be on their defense to stop that USC offense. We might be looking at a wild second half here.
Lingua out of punt. And the onus now turns to the USC offense, the Fresno State defense. Didn't get this one as high as he'd like. Bush at the 41. Starts back, there's a block in the back. I don't know if it's going to get called, but there was one. And Bush takes it down the sideline, and he may be going to say he stepped out of bounds. There was clearly a block in the back there, and that's not going to get called.
It's been a wild game in special teams. People flying all over the place and blocking all over the place. Reggie Bush looking good. Look at the Fresno State defense. They have been stellar in that first half. That snarly Bulldog putting it on Matt Leinart, stopping Lindale White, batting balls around, playing with excitement. Should have had the pick there, but defending well in the goal line. I mean, they've been great tonight, and they have played with a level of tempo and excitement and really brought the fight to USC's offense. Not to say USC's offense hasn't been good, but Fresno State's defense has played them every play and scratched and fought for every inch of turf.
Trojans start with a short field, something that Pete Carroll talked about with Jim Watson. He said, we've had long fields all day long. They don't have one now. They're at the 43-yard line of the Bulldogs. A blitz on first down, and Leinart just gets it away for Hancock, and Hancock with a grab picks up about 6 yards, and Leinart was under siege, but again, the mark of an experienced quarterback. Culver coming hard and a hand on Leinart.
Here comes the blitz right there. That's Culver. Gets an arm on Leinart, but a nice play by Brandon Hancock. Nice catch. He really has great hands.
Picked up 7, 2nd and 3. Give it to Reggie Bush. Bush on a sweep. Trying to get outside. What a cut. 25-20. He's to the 10. Cuts inside. Still on his feet. Drives for the end zone. Comes up about a half-yard short. A thing of beauty.
Reggie stretching that ball to score, almost made it in. The move he made on Richard Marshall, just like you said, Barry, textbook, a guy making a move like that, 5, 6 yards ahead. Watch this. He'll push it to the outside, right back up inside. Not everybody can do that. I mean, there's about 2 or 3 people in the history of football that can make that move. Reggie's got crazy legs, but precise legs. Look at that. And Marshall's a good tackler, but he didn't have a chance there. And another cut going inside. Reggie Bush on a great run. He left Shirley hanging too.
And Bush drives for the end zone, going to be stopped short.
Now, I don't agree with leaving him in the game at this point. You're down on the goal line. You want to give the guy the touchdown because he worked so hard to get down to the goal line, but Lindale White's got to be in on that play. Reggie Bush just not great on the goal line, not great between the tackles in that situation. And here you see Lindale White coming in.
Lindale White is in there, and Bush will leave. You know, the thing about Reggie Bush's cuts is he makes them at full speed. He doesn't miss a step.
He makes them at full speed, and he sets people up 2, 3, 4 yards ahead, and then the guys behind them are also set up. It's an instinctual thing.
Second out, about a half yard. White, the tailback, Clinton, the fullback, 2 tight ends. This is White, short. Again, Fresno State digs in, stops Lindale White. Might have lost about a half a yard.
Fresno State making a stand. Now, when USC's defense has made stands against Fresno in this football game, they have run the football and kept doing it. They've been very tough about it. Alan Goodwin on the stop there. USC's got to do the same thing. If they throw the ball here or fake it, they're showing Fresno State they don't want to be physical with it. They've got to give the ball to Lindale White and score, run a quarterback sneak.
Lost about a half a yard. And now we're going to get a timeout called, I think, by Fresno State. They weren't quite sure where they needed to be, and I think this is a very good timeout call. Maybe one that could come back and haunt them, but I think you got to make that call right here.
Do you feel what I'm saying here? This is a chest-puffing rooster show right now between these teams.
I'm feeling what you're saying.
USC has got to run the ball in. They tried to give it to their big back. It was second down. He didn't get in. It's third down now. They got to do it again, and they got to do it again on 4th.
You are so macho. Take a look at the Pac-10 players of the week from last week. Drew Olson, UCLA quarterback, threw for over 500 yards.
He's macho.
He is. Macho. Evan Benjamin. Who can forget him to know him is to love him.
Very macho as well.
10 tackles, 1 sack, despite my headdress, and 1 interception in a win against Arizona. Paul Martinez.
Not macho.
The big game, Cal, 27-3 over Stanford. How about Lynch, 123 yards. There's some running backs in this league. Oregon, big over Oregon State in the fog. Dixon, 204 yards passing and 3 touches. Brink, a 39-yard touchdown pass with a minute 20 seconds left. Got to feel good for Bill Dobin and the Washington State.
The Civil War and the Apple Cup, both on FSN. God bless those games. Pac-10 action popping off today. I would have been the construction guy. Village people. Just probably, because, you know, I'm a builder of things.
Meantime, it's third down, and a yard to go for a touchdown. Sneak, second effort, got it. They stopped him the first time, but Leiter, with a second effort, pushes forward for the score. And this is likely to be a one-point game.
Now that's drawing a line in the sand. USC probably going to go for two here, but they're not. They're bringing in the kicker. They could have gone for two in the tie. It's a little early to do that. You see Matt Leiter getting a good push with his offensive line behind Deuce Latuni. Getting over McIntyre, the All-American preseason guy. On a line in the sand. Very macho.
Danella's try for point is up and good, and the Fresno State lead is cut to 1. It's Fresno State 21 and the USC Trojans 20. Got a football game here in the Coliseum. We're coming back.
MP3 player? Phone. The Slider remix from Kyocera. The power of music everywhere you take your phone.
Projected from the nexus of where the West is. Never stress it with the essence of expression. It's that sexy intro.
Load it up, hook it up, and don't look back. The 2006 Chevy Silverado half-ton crew carries more payload and generates more torque than crew cabs from either Ford or Dodge. Don't just stand there, haul something.
Now get an 06 Silverado half-ton crew cab LS two-wheel drive for a red tag price starting under $22,700 after cash back. See your local Chevy dealer.
Jack Link's Jerky. Feed your wild side.
College Football Saturday on FSN is presented by the Slider Remix with MP3 player from Kyocera. The power of music everywhere you take your phone. And brought to you in part by Fellows, the world's toughest shredders. By your local Pontiac dealers. Fans go to pack-10.org to vote for the Pontiac Pac-10 Game-Changing Performance of the Year and a chance to win a pair of season tickets to your favorite Pac-10 football team. Pontiac, official performance machines of the Pac-10. And the First Down Line is brought to you by Overstock.com. Visit Overstock.com today and start saving. It's all about the O. Well, the Trojans behind the running of Reggie Bush take it in with the conversion of one-point ball game. Fresno State will get it back. And Larkham to kick it away. Drives this one. There'll be no return here. Or will it? Again, Jennings making a liar out of him. I was right. He shouldn't have done it.
Oh, he shouldn't have done it. You should never do that if you get the ball that deep. Jennings making a bad decision. Now, they're a very good return team, but nobody's that good. He's 6 yard deep. What you need is Marshall to come over there and put his hands up and give the stop sign. He did not do that. You have to help out your teammate there and give him the stop sign. There's a lot of times when you catch that ball, you don't know where you are. Jennings making a bad decision and paused before he made that bad decision.
Yeah, he did. So now Fresno State with the long field. Bulldogs still lead it by 1. To Mathis, bounces it outside. Forget about it. Lost a couple yards. We're going back to our studio. We're Kyocera Game Break with Mike Goldberg. Mike?
College football's oldest rivalry. The 122nd meeting between Harvard and Yale, and for the first time ever, the game went in overtime. But not one overtime, not two, but 3 overtimes where the Crimson reign supreme again. They defeat Yale 30-24.
Another great rivalry.
Harvard, Yale. Oh, Right now, I love it. Fresno State up on USC, Harvard, Yale. Okay. Those kids will go study. Got a football game going on here.
Pittinger out of the gun. The crowd is absolutely alive. Screen, flag down. Rivera at the 25, and we're going to get a hold. It's going to come back. Well executed play, but for one small thing. That's going to back the Bulldogs up even more.
Holding. Offense number 50. Penalty will be enforced half the distance from the previous slot. Replay, second down.
D'Artagnan Shack on the hold.
D'Artagnan Shack, a great tackle of Shakespearean proportions. And that's not much of a hold, just a swing down. Nice screen run by the Bulldogs.
Now second and long.
Going backwards now.
Unable to get started here in the second half. Bad field position off of both kicks. Pinniger out of his own end zone. Batted right back in his face by Lua. Or Ellis, I believe it was Ellis.
Cedric Ellis, the three technique, just running over the right guard, Ryan Wendell, and batting that down. USC's defense and their offense has created momentum now. The crowd behind them. Fresno State scrambling. They're backed into a corner, even though they're still up one. And I like Fresno fighting out of a corner. This is going to be a fight here in the third quarter.
I think it is. They're third down in a whole bunch here. 3rd and 18.
They just need something positive to get a better punt off.
Yeah, nothing has happened positive for them here in the second half. Long way to go. Pinniger out of the end zone. Steps up. Going deep for Williams. Overthrew him, and it might have been intercepted. I think it was. Picked off by Brandon Ting at the 46-yard line.
The Ting brothers out there doing their thing tonight.
The Ting thing.
Yeah. More chest bumping and finger taping than any twins in the history of football. Brandon Ting coming over, making the play. I think the Bulldogs got a little bit desperate there, going deep. They needed to get 15, 10 yards, something like that, and punt the ball out of there. Instead, they go deep. They go for it all, try to get the ball to Williams.
Fact is, they punted it last time to the 43-yard line. Here they are at the 45, so not much difference. But again, great field position for USC.
It's about momentum, the turnover.
You're right, trying to take the lead here. Reggie Bush, left side, look out! 30, 20, 10, forget it. Reggie Bush, touchdown.
That's momentum for you. Reggie Bush can create a lot of it. We've seen his speed, and his speed is at a pinnacle level tonight.
Reggie Bush tonight, 12 carries, 198 yards, and a touch.
Left side gets a good block from his fullback, David Kurtman. Wide receiver Chris McFoy, the pride of Chino, California, also helping out. And Reggie Bush untouched. When you're that fast and nobody touches you, you're going to touch the zone, no question.
Boy, he is special. I mean, I've thought that all along. He's really special.
Nobody more explosive in college football.
No. Nobody can affect the game in college football. Try for point is up and good, and USC has taken a 6-point lead on the shoulders of Reggie Bush. The late flag comes in. We'll check on that while we're away. Trojans lead 27-21. We're coming back.
The Pac-10 basketball tournaments return in March. For the first time ever, all 10 men's teams get caught in the madness as the Pacific Life Men's Tourney returns to Staples Center. While the State Farm Women's Tourney tips off at HP Pavilion in San Jose. Witness the madness before the madness live. For more information, log on to pac10.org or call Ticketmaster.
A new coach brings new hope for a basketball program long overshadowed by their football team. Join us for a look at Trojan Hoops with interviews and expert analysis. USC Hoops Preview, Monday at 11:30 on FSN West 2.
Here she is. I don't know what's wrong with her.
Guys, you better hurry. Hi, girl. Welcome to the world, little fella.
Fox NFL Sunday, this weekend in HD.
We're proud of you, boys. You're champions, huh? You're champions.
Bulls, Lakers, tomorrow starting at 6 on FSN West.
27-21, USC leads for the first time. 10 minutes, 3 seconds remaining to be played here in the third quarter. Reggie Bush, 298 all-purpose yards, and we just started the second half.
Yeah, he looks beautiful right now, taking that ball up the sideline. What a game breaker he is, and he's having another one of those games that's going to look really good for his Heisman campaign. Just breaking runs all night.
Fresno State adding problems to for themselves. They had a personal foul penalty on that try from point, and so it's assessed on the kickoff. So USC will kick it off here from midfield.
They have to take this USC punch. They can't get too upset. They can't get too frustrated. Personal foul penalties indicative of frustration. They have to relax and still play here and try to stay within their offense.
And Walker drives this one way out of the end zone. Let's take another look at Reggie Bush. I mean, he got to the corner, and you knew the dance was over.
He gets to the corner very fast. Couple nice blocks. Untouched. Nobody has a chance to get him. Just look at him leaving defenders in his wake.
Well, you know, I'm not a big believer in talking about the Heisman Trophy early, but at this point in the season, I think it's fair to talk about it. Reggie Bush, third in all-purpose yards, 298 tonight. He's still got a long way to go. 1,302 rushing yards. He was fifth in the Heisman Trophy balloting last year, but of course, he was fifth to his teammate, Matt Leinart. And the one thing you have to wonder about is, will they split the Heisman votes?
Well, they might on the West Coast. The thing about Reggie Bush is only one touchdown in the last few games. He's been good, but for Reggie Bush to get that Heisman, he's got to do something spectacular on every single play, you know?
Pinegar going up on first down, intercepted. Picked off by Big. Big still on his feet at the 15. He's to the 10. He's going to wall in front of him. Touchdown, Trojans. And again, a late flag comes in, and I think it's going to be another frustration penalty. We'll see. First really poor pass that Pinegar has thrown.
This one might be coming back. The interception's going to stand, but I think it's going to be a play on a block by Lawrence Jackson. Pinegar, he's been money all night, making a bad throw. Never saw Darnell Bing cutting right up underneath Tremaine Jamison. Breaks a tackle and takes it into the end zone. Darnell Bing, a running back in high school, played a little tailback here at USC in practice.
Illegal block below the waist, number 96 of the return team. 15-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down.
Nonetheless, it will give USC the ball at the 32-yard line. They have owned the second half and a chance to really drive a dagger into the heart of Fresno State here.
Well, we talked before the game about Fresno State setting their hair on fire and running down the tunnel, getting ready to play before the game started. They did that in the first half. Looks like USC has done that in the second half. They've totally taken the momentum away now, and Fresno State really suffering the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. Everything USC has, they're throwing it at them. The run game, Matt Leinart, Reggie Bush, Darnell Bing, turnovers defensively. Fresno State now starting to get negative plays.
SC playing with a real purpose here. Leinart's going to throw on first down. Comes back the other way. Smith can't hang on. Kind of like the way the USC receivers, though, come back to Matt Leinart.
They're all well coached. Here's the guy coaching him, Pete Carroll. Look at him. The excitement about an interception. That's a defensive coach getting geeked about a turnover, and now he sees the penalty. Look at him yelling at the official. Darnell Bing standing there. Excitement to anger. Football's a roller coaster.
Yeah, it is.
Week in, week out, minute in, minute out, play in and play out. Goes up and down.
Second down and 10 at the 32-yard line. Reggie Bush, 30, 25, dragged down. But another pretty good chunk. We go back to the studio now for a Kyocera game break with Mike Goldberg. Mike?
Barry, the big upset of the day, number 3 Miami. They came in hoping they'd get a chance to play in a BCS Bowl, maybe even for a national championship, but they didn't get it done today at home against Georgia Tech. The Rambling Wreck upset the Hurricanes 14-10.
Well, we have the makings of an upset here, and still at the moment only a 6-point game, but old Mo is clearly on the side of the home team right now.
Who's Mo?
Remember Mo? That was a delicatessen on Fairfax Avenue.
The guy from the Three Stooges.
Blitz comes, it's picked up. Leinart throws, and a great job to come back for the ball again by Jarrett. McCauley really never looked for the ball.
Well, we've seen some really nice communication in the past between Leinart and Jarrett, and that's what this is. Leinart sees McCauley way in front of Jarrett with good coverage, throws it behind. Jarrett recognizes it, stops his feet. Tough play for McCauley to cover, but a very nice play, very nice understanding between a quarterback and his leading receiver.
See those numbers, that's pretty startling too. USC, of course, trying to be the first team to have a 3,000-yard passer, 1,000-yard, 2,000-yard rushers, 2,000-yard receivers. Got a few weapons. Leinart rolls out this time. Looking for Jarrett. Now he throws underneath. And the ball is caught by Davis. And Davis gets more after the catch. A gain of about 9. Will take it down about the 6-yard line. And right now, the Trojans have the Bulldogs back on their heels.
That's just Matt Leinart and his maturity. First off, USC wants to get the ball to Steve Smith here. He's covered. Then he wants to get it to Dwayne Jarrett there. He's covered, so he comes down, checks it off to Fred Davis, who's behind coming into the flat. 3 options there. Matt Leinart exhausts 1, exhausts 2, gets it to the 3rd, and almost gets a first down. That's a mature quarterback doing it all on the move.
Short of a first down by about a half a yard, so kind of a free play here. Leinart looking to the end zone. He's got Smith, but he didn't see him quick enough. Now he throws, and he's got him again. Touchdown, Trojans. Had Smith open once. Smith turned, went the other way. Leinart found him again. And another 6 for the Trojans.
You play football at USC, it's not easy to get the ball thrown your way with all these guys out there. Steve Smith, not far from 1,000 yards himself. Calling for the ball the whole time. Wants it. Finally it comes. He's got to get up. Makes the catch. USC now going on all cylinders offensively and defensively. And Fresno right now in the second half getting run out of the building by the Bulldogs.
No question about it. 3rd touchdown in the second half by the Trojans. Try for point to make this a 13-point ball game. It is up. It is good. And it has happened very quickly. And that's what USC has done. It's what they did at Oregon. It's what they did in Arizona State. Right now it's what they're doing at home to Fresno State. Bing with the interception to start things, came back for a penalty, and then the pass to Smith for the score, and the Trojans lead it by 13.
MP3 player? Phone. The Slider remix from Kyocera. The power of music everywhere you take your phone.
Projected from the nexus of where the West is, never stressing with the essence of expression. It's that sexy intro.
This week on FSN's Pro Football Preview. Get the stories only our insiders have. Friday on FSN.
Gas meets electric. High performance meets low emissions. You can drive 2 cars, or 1 without compromise. Introducing the luxury hybrid, the Lexus RX 400h. Gives more to the driver, takes less from the world. At your Southern California Lexus dealer.
It's been an incredible year of college football in Los Angeles. USC continues their march towards a 3rd consecutive national championship. UCLA's near-perfect season has been one of the surprises of 2005. Every step of the way, Trojans and Bruins Rewind has been there to give viewers a unique perspective on every game. Get ready for the Crosstown Showdown with a Rewind Marathon.
That's how we do it!
December 2nd, starting at noon on FSN West 2.
Didn't take long for the USC Trojans to get their foot on the throats of the Fresno State Bulldogs. 3 touchdowns in 3 minutes and 8 seconds.
And USC can't let up. Fresno State, still a dangerous team, and Fresno State can't get discouraged. They get a score here, they might be okay.
That's going to go out of bounds. And for the first time in the second half, Fresno State will have decent field position.
That's a break for the Bulldogs. They're going to get it at the 35. That's a mistake by USC, and I guarantee you Pete Carroll's swearing up a storm right now on the sideline.
Well, our aerial coverage, courtesy of the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company and its fleet of airships, reminding you to travel with peace of mind on Goodyear's new Assurance tires. There's the Goodyear blimp. Been around a long time. You know, blimp got its name. This is for real.
Tell me.
I'll tell you. It was from somebody flicking their finger against it to see if it was properly inflated.
And that was the sound?
That was the sound that it made.
I thought it was a Zeppelin. I thought it was a Zeppelin.
I think a Zeppelin is different than a blimp. I think a blimp has soft sides and a Zeppelin has infrastructure of some kind.
Thanks a lot, Orville, right?
I don't like that, huh?
Mr. Aviation. Tell me about the Spruce Goose.
Big old plane.
Wooden.
Termites. Here's a give this time to Mathis, and Mathis with positive yards. And I think your point is well taken. Fresno State, by no means out of this football game, but they have to do some business here just to get a little bit of the momentum.
Well, you saw what USC has done since the second half started. They've really gotten on a roll. But Fresno State, they had the momentum going into the second half. Now they're in trouble. They can't let up. They got to keep playing their game. And Pat Hill's not going to do anything different than he's been doing. They just got to keep doing it.
Vinegar, a couple of picks here in the third quarter. Give it to Mathis again. First down and more. Mathis into USC territory, taking people with him all the way down to the 43-yard line. Longest run of the game for the Fresno State Bulldogs.
Nice, aggressive run by Wendell Mathis. Only 215 pounds, but look at him breaking tackles. Oscar Lua being handled, driven down the field. That's Kyle Young, the center, doing that, an all-WAC player. They say he's the best O-lineman in Fresno State history, driving back the USC middle linebacker. That's a physical play and a nice play and a positive play right now for Fresno State.
First down at the 43-yard line of USC. Pinniger this time, give again to Mathis, cut back, got a little room, ran into the umpire, and picked up 11 more and another first down.
Would have had 15 if it wasn't for that pesky umpire. Like the kids in Scooby-Doo. And it would have been more yardage if it wasn't for that meddling umpire. Wendell Mathis doing a good job. Look at that. So you don't expect that hit. You know, you brace yourself for the other hit, but when the umpire throws you a forearm, you don't expect that coming, and I'm sure his bicep is stinging right now.
Nothing's going right for Fresno State in the second half. They get into the open and they get stuck. First down at the 32-yard line. Over to Mathis again. And this time USC has it defensed. A gain of about a yard, maybe two. First down line brought to you by Overstock.com. Save up to 70% every day because it's all about the O. How many times have we said that?
Great thing about the O is when you say O, your mouth makes the shape of an O. So it's like, it's very special in that way.
Probably the only letter that's true of.
I believe it is. I'm trying to think too.
I know. Second down and 8. Rivera goes in motion. Empty backfield. Pinniger rolls out. Now he throws too tall, and it's caught by Rivera. That was not intended for Rivera. He badly overthrew him, and Rivera just happened to be standing in the right place.
Fresno State sending the tailback and the fullback out in the flat. Fullback Rivera behind Wendell Mathis. The ball goes over Mathis's head and drops right in the arms of Rivera. Look at him out there. Right behind Justin Wyatt, the corner. That's a lucky play for the Bulldogs, but they have made a statement on this drive. Coming out, running the football, playing hard, playing physical, a little luck there, and now they got another first down.
Rivera stays in the game. And Pinniger throwing for the end zone for Williams. Touchdown! And there's a statement.
The Bulldogs are not going away. This is not going to be another runaway victory in the second half for the USC Trojans when it looked like they was in trouble. Paul Williams running down the field, way too open. Somebody makes a mistake in that zone. Both safeties looking at each other. Scott Ware and Darnell Bing nowhere to be found. Too easy. The USC defense gives up a touchdown, and Fresno State with a very impressive drive answering USC.
Try for point is up, and it is good, and just like that, it's back to a 6-point ball game. Don't go anywhere.
Good boy. Get the Bulldog of Shredders. Protects more homes and businesses worldwide. Fellows, the world's toughest shredders. And now Fellows introduces SafeSense technology. Automatically shuts off when hands are too close. Good boy.
The new Honda Rincon. Independent rear suspension with a fuel-injected 700 class power plant. It's our biggest, baddest ATV ever. Nothing can stop it. Well, almost nothing. The new, more powerful Honda Rincon.
Well, a little statement made by the Fresno State Bulldogs, and that is that we're still going to be here. 5:39 left third quarter, and the Bulldogs close to within 6. And at least stem the flow of blood, at least for the moment.
They've done that, and to come back in the third quarter and do that with a barrage coming at you from the #1 team in the country, and you're on the road, that's impressive for Fresno State to do. Now, they got to keep it going because USC is not going to stop. This one's going to be a sprint to the finish. And expect some defense, too.
Bush and Bing, the deep man. And again, they'll kick it to the right hash, I'm pretty sure. They come forward, and this one is driven. About 2 yards deep, Bush going to come out. To the 10, to the 15, good block. To the 20-yard line. Got to the 25 before he's knocked out of bounds. Reggie Bush on the night. He's been the difference maker, of course, for the USC Trojans. 205 rushing yards. That's a career high. And he is a guy, I mean, it's almost a cliche to say that every time he touches the ball, he looks like he can go all the way. But that's an absolute fact.
Well, he's gone over 300 in the all-purpose area tonight. And anybody who plays him, I mean, they haven't seen anybody like him. You haven't seen anybody like him on the field. You haven't been up against anybody like him. He reminds me of a Desmond Howard or Rocket Ishmael, the way they ran down the field and the way they attacked people with their cuts. But he's different than that because he's a tailback. He's more physical than those guys.
That's absolutely right. Well, here he is again. Right up the middle, and this time he's gang tackled. Still picked up about 3. Going back to the studio for a Kyocera game break with Mike Goldberg. Mike?
Barry, win number 353 for Joe Paterno, one of the biggest of his coaching career, because with Penn State's victory over Michigan State earlier today, they earned their first Big Ten title in 11 years and their first BCS berth ever. 31-22 final. 78-year-old Joe Pa headed to a BCS bowl game.
Joe Pa getting it turned around with a lot of young players.
What a champ.
Second down and 7.
Pretty old, you know.
Here's that quick screen, and this is Jarrett shaking tacklers, and I think he got enough for the first down. Nope, I'm going to say he stepped out at about the 34-yard line. Trojans in the second half, yeah, they've made a couple of adjustments. 3 possessions, 3 touchdowns, 11 plays, and Reggie Bush accounting for much of that yardage.
And every time dealing with a short field, the defense is helping out the offense. One hand washing the other, and they've used a lot of different guys doing it.
3rd down and short now. Big play right here for the Bulldogs. They have not been able to get a stop at all in the second half.
Lindale White in the backfield.
Leinert's going to throw. Hit as he throws, it's incomplete. Very good push that time up front by Tyler Klutz.
Tyler Klutz taking on Lindale White, who tried to cut him, keeping his feet and making the hit on Matt Leinart, affecting the throw. And here's USC with a 3-and-out.
Now Jennings, not only a great kick returner, but an excellent punt returner as well. Standing back at his own 20-yard line. Good kick by really turned this over. Drives Jennings all the way back to 12-yard line. Jennings starts back, gets the 20, cuts, look out! He's the 30, only the kicker to beat. Midfield to the 45, the 40. The 35 had run down from behind that time on a saving tackle by Mayava.
We said that the Bulldogs may have an advantage in the kicking game. They can score a touchdown here. They retake the lead. Jennings running the ball very well. Tom Malone slows him down just enough. And Mayava makes the play. And it's not just Jennings with the speed. It's the blocking, it's the setup, it's the whole special teams mentality, the hard-working, blue-collar mentality of the Fresno team.
57-yard return off a long 54-yard punt. And the Bulldogs back in business at the 30-yard line of USC. Give is to Mathis, gets into the secondary, takes it all the way down to the 20-yard line, close to a first down. They found a little something up the gut here.
Their offensive line, very good. Getting a nice push, see him washing people down. Nice block on Colin Ashton, getting stopped. You see the USC linebackers, Oscar Lua, Brian Cushing, all of them about 10 yards down the field making the play. Fresno State getting a good push.
Second down, a little more than a yard. Ball short of the 20-yard line. Pinniger giving it to Mathis again. First down and more. Spins into the secondary, gets it inside the 10-yard line to the 9. Picking it up in chunks now and all right up the middle. Colin Ashton makes the stop, but a gain of 11.
Watch Frosty Rucker getting washed down the line of scrimmage. Very physical. Chris Denman moving him down the line of scrimmage, unable to make the play. Fresno State's offensive line taking over on this drive. If you can run the ball against USC in the second half, you have a chance to win the game.
Mathis now 16 carries, 78 yards. A lot of it here in the second half. First down and goal just inside the 10-yard line. Give it to Mathis again, and Mathis this time stacked up after a gain of about 2. Stopped short of the 7-yard line.
I know we've talked a lot about it, but you gotta respect the Bulldogs, what they're doing right now. Going punch for punch with the heavyweight champion, running the ball over and over again, not backing down, taking USC's overhand rights and coming right back and counter-punching. This is a great game against two great teams.
Absolutely, no question about it. Really shows a lot of character on this Fresno State team. Likewise on USC's team to come back from the first half. Second down and goal. Pinniger short drop, looks end zone. It's batted in the air, and we're going to get a flag for interference.
They may pick that up because of the ball being batted. Once that ball goes up in the air, it's okay to hit the receiver. Darnell Bing, I believe, hit the ball up in the air.
There is no foul for pass interference. The ball was tipped.
Good call, partner. It's the right call. It is now third down and goal. Ball at the 9-yard line.
Darnell Bing getting a hand up, and once that ball goes up in the air, all bets are off. It's like those receivers have camouflage on, and the second that ball gets hit, they're stripped naked, they're out there exposed.
Very pivotal play in this football game right here. Third down, goal to go. The ball just inside the 9-yard line of the Trojans.
Tough spot to have third and goal.
And Fresno State's going to have to burn its second timeout. That will leave the Bulldogs with only one remaining. But again, you can't really question this decision. Got to get things right in this situation, it's an important play. Well, tomorrow on Fox NFL Sunday, the Eagles and the Giants will look to bounce back from tough losses last week. Or you'll see Sean Alexander lead the Seahawks into San Francisco. 49ers just trying anything they can to get a touchdown, let alone a win, or other regional action. All begins with America's #1 pregame show tomorrow at noon Eastern, 9 Pacific on Fox.
You watch that NFL?
I do.
Really?
I watch the games.
So college footballed out, you know? So immersed in the college game.
I actually prefer college sports to pro sports.
The pageantry.
If it must be told.
The pageantry.
I like talking to the coaches. I like being around the kids. Let's go down to Jim Watson right now. Jimmy, what's up?
Well, you know the mantra. It's anyone, anytime, anywhere, and we're watching it play out. Under Pat Hill, FSU has scheduled aggressively when they go at a conference. They'll go anywhere, play anybody. Remember, they played Oklahoma a couple years ago in Norman when they were #1. And actually, they have a lot of success. Over their last 9 such games against BCS schools, the Bulldogs are 6-3 against the Big Dogs. They actually had a 5-game winning streak against BCS teams before they lost to Oregon earlier this year. And you guys remember, they actually led that game 17-0. In a sign of respect, Oregon is actually going to open at Fresno next year. Games like this for them are an opportunity, not an obligation, and we're watching it play out right here.
And they're fighting. They wanted to play at LSU this year. I really love Pat Hill talking to us about that. He said, we wanted to play there. We would have gone down, played in Death Valley at LSU. He said, you know who they picked? Appalachia State.
Appy State.
Appy State. 3rd down and goal. Huge play here. Pittenger short drop, throw, slant, intercepted. Look out. Ware on the interception gets it all the way back to the 30-yard line. Huge play for the USC Trojans. And the 3rd interception of the second half thrown by Paul Pittenger.
That's the first interception this year for Scott Ware, the big senior safety out of Santa Rosa, California. Getting a lot of guys on a lot of kill shots, but he hasn't picked one off. Jumping the slant route right in front of it. Bad throw by Pittenger. Scott Ware takes off down the sideline. USC defense stepping up and getting a huge turnover thanks to Scott Ware anticipating that throw.
All right, to the sidelines once more. Jim Watson with more on Scott Ware.
Scotty Ware has got to be one of Petro's favorite players. The guy is just a madman. We watched him beat up a gate the other day at Cal. He was banging things against the wall, but he's also got a great sense of humor. I'm going to tell you about a Halloween trick he played on his teammates after this snap.
We're coming right back to you. First down at the 30-yard line. Liner will go up. In trouble. Now he throws underneath. Bush on the reception, trying to get to the outside, does to the 40, to the 43, making something out of nothing again. Let's go back to Jim Watson, Waddy.
All right, Halloween night after practice, and remember that was the night that Lendell White pretended to yell at Pete Carroll and quit the team and walk off. It was all a ruse. Then later in the locker room, Scott Ware smuggles his pet crocodile into the Trojans locker room, and while all the big linemen are in the shower, he turns off the lights and releases the reptile into the water with those glowing red eyes. Now, USC is not afraid of Bruins or Bears or Tigers, but I'll tell you what, it's pretty funny to watch a couple of 300-pound linemen running naked across campus.
Funny? Trick?
Pet crocodile.
That doesn't seem like a trick to me. That seems more like a
cruel and unusual punishment.
Yeah, kind of a dangerous endeavor. Good Lord.
Liner airs it out, and Jarrett can't make the catch. And a late flag, and that's interference. And it's a good call also against Raymond Washington.
Very physical collision down there on the sideline. Raymond Washington coming over the top. Well, Raymond's got the coverage. Coming over the top is Culver making the hit on Blaine Jarrett. Just a little early, helmet-to-helmet contact, and that deserves the flag. It does most definitely deserve the flag. Very physical play out there.
Called a personal foul. That's going to give the Trojans the ball in pretty good field position. And I think Fresno State's going to have to gather itself emotionally. They've made a couple of not smart penalties here in the second half.
They have, and a lot of it is frustration. A lot of it is aggression. They're out here trying to prove something. And a lot of the time that kind of seeps into some things that are illegal in a football game. but that doesn't mean you can back off. You got to stay aggressive. You just have to try and play within the rules. Very emotional game, especially for Fresno State right now. And just fighting, getting the ball all the way down the field only to turn it over. And now you got the best offense maybe in the history of football knocking again at you.
On the 43-yard line with a first down. Minor can go up in trouble, and this time McIntyre's got him way back at the 48-yard line. McIntyre starting to get some penetration now. They put a couple of hits on Matt Liner.
McIntyre coming in, Liner can't see him, turns right into him, tries to turn away and run. Garrett McIntyre, his 7th sack of the year. This guy's a good player. Former walk-on, dominant player though.
That's right, he's got a brother who's a walk-on, came out of South Lake Tahoe. Not exactly a football factory. It's a skiing factory.
Never seen snow.
That's right. Reggie Bush right up the middle, gets the outside. He's at the 30, it's another foot race. Cuts it back to the 20, comes back to the near side of the field. He's gonna go. It's gonna be another USC touchdown and another thing of beauty from one of the best running backs you will ever see.
Start talking about the Heisman when you see runs like that. That'll be on every highlight reel you can see tonight. Up the sideline, stopping on a dime, reversing his field, taking it back all the way across. That's a guy running the 100 and not slowing down until he gets to the end zone. What a play by Reggie Bush. And what can you say? Electricity, explosive, fun to watch. How many words are there to describe this run? Look at this. Just a zone play. He gets up, coming up the sideline untouched. I don't think he was ever touched. Then he stops, puts his chest out, comes back around the field. That's a guy not only with great ability, but supreme confidence with the football out there.
That is a remarkable run, and one of many in this football game. Reggie Bush is absolutely putting on a show. Trojans by 13.
You and your buddies have a chance to go to 3 NBA games in 3.
Looking for an early season upset? The drama returns November 27th on FSN.
Welcome back, Barry Tompkins, Petros Papadakis, Jimmy Watson, and Petros. It's interesting. We were talking to Pat Hill yesterday about Reggie Bush. Of course, every coach we talked to about Reggie Bush is very complimentary. Said, "Yeah, we need to hit him during pregame warm-ups.
Have a guy come down there and act like he's catching a kick and just roll into him. How do you stop the guy when he's going off like this? There's nothing you can do but watch and maybe enjoy it."
Kick this one out of bounds. So again, Fresno State will start at the 35, and I mean, this has been an absolute showcase for Reggie Bush.
I'm going to be quiet here. Watch the body control.
That's you can't coach that. I mean, that's a gift. His numbers are absolutely startling. All-purpose yards tonight, 396. We're still in the third quarter. 396 all-purpose yards, already broken a record. Carried the ball 15 times for 258 yards, caught a couple of balls.
You know, you're going to be here and you're going to say someday, I was there the night Reggie Bush had the night of his career.
No, that's
Fresno
right.
State.
That's right. I mean, he's really a joy to watch. I don't care what side of the stadium you sit on. I'm sure the guys in the studio will appreciate this too. Let's see what they have to say. Mike?
Barry, speaking of appreciation, you have to appreciate everything Bill Snyder did at Kansas State. In 1989, he took over the nation's only 500-loss team, and after 17 seasons, the man retires in fashion as Kansas State wins Bill Snyder's final game as head coach, 36-28.
So Bill Snyder will go off on a victory, and USC do a little woofing here. It's going to cost them 15.
Yeah, the personal foul. Scott Ware, I think, was called for it. Getting an earful from Pete Carroll. You know, Bill Snyder, incidentally, coached at USC for a very short time.
Did he? I did not know that.
Also coached in Orange County. I believe Jim Watson, roaming the sideline, was his ball boy in Orange County back in the day in a high school situation.
Now that's bringing it back, see? You learn things here.
Everybody's connected.
Mathis unable to get started. Might have been Scott Ware right there on the tackle.
And you got to wonder how the third quarter went for Fresno State. The way they fought, you see Marcus Allen posted out down there on the sideline, always dressed well. Heisman winner. That third quarter is pretty tough for Fresno State. Good for USC, and Fresno State, they had a lot of fight in them, drove it all the way down, but that turnover, we'll see if it took all the air out.
That was a big one. Again, they're in good field position here. This game is by no means lost, although they're going to have to find some answer for Reggie Bush. Nobody's been able to do it yet. Pinnaker airs it out. Williams can't hang on. Good play defensively that time by Josh Pinker.
Two Trojans had a chance at that one. It was a nice throw. Colin Ashton first with the arm up, and then Pinker just batting it away at the last second. If Pinker doesn't get a finger on that ball, Williams is to the house. Nice throw by Pinker, even though it didn't work out.
Now it's third down and long. They got the crowd involved now. 90,000 on hand. Third down and 9. Pinnaker has to throw underneath to Mathis. He's not going to get the 9. Only got about 5. So now it's kind of decision time here for Pat Hill. They're about 4 yards short. He'll have a break to think about it because we have reached the end of the third quarter, and a look at the scoreboard shows the USC Trojans 41. The Fresno State Bulldogs 28. A huge third quarter for Reggie Bush and the Trojans. They put 28 on the board after being behind at halftime by 8. It's a 13-point ball game. Trojans over the Bulldogs.
You and your buddies.
Then here's your chance to learn from the pros.
Start of the final quarter, and it appears that Pat Hill has opted to punt the ball here at the 40-yard line of USC with a fourth down and about 5. He went for it before on a punt formation, but that was only needing a yard. It's an interesting choice here by Pat Hill. This is a wobbly off the side of the foot kick that will take a very good bounce from Fresno State and land inside the 10 at about the 8-yard line. That's the easy part. Now the tough part is to stop USC, which they haven't been able to do. Our aerial coverage courtesy of the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company and its fleet of airships, reminding you to travel with peace of mind on Goodyear's new Assurance Tire. Goodyear Blimp been around a long time.
You know what that little foot with the wing on it is, don't you? For the kids?
No, I don't.
To know their Greek mythology? That is the foot of the Greek god Hermes, the messenger god.
That's good knowledge.
Thank you.
See, you learn something. We try to, add a little something to the game here.
Hermes also a ladies' man.
And he makes great ties.
You wear those ties. I just take my dad.
I can't afford those ties. This is Reggie Bush. Look at this. That's only 5 yards, but again, it's 5 yards, and I'm not sure how many backs could get.
Well, each run for Reggie Bush tonight, more spectacular than the next. Watch his feet stop when he gets to the line of scrimmage. Boom! And then he just makes that little cut, jumps over, but that quick stoppage of the feet, right at the point of attack, jumps over like he's jumping past like a trash can coming at him and getting right back upfield.
And that's the thing, he gets right back upfield at top speed within a step. Picked up about 6, second down. A draw play for Bush. And this time they got it. Knocking back down all the way to the 8-yard line. Lewis Leonard leads the parade for Fresno State.
Garrett McIntyre, superstar defensive end for the Bulldogs, coming up a little gimpy, but he's a tough guy. Looks like he's going to stay in, but you can see the grimace on his face.
know, the other thing to point out is that both these teams are young teams. I mean, these are both going to be outstanding teams next year.
And if you've been watching USC over the years, you have faith in their ability to reload, and that's the same with Fresno.
Liner rolling. Steps up, throws, incomplete. Good job that time by Vincent Mays, coming up and putting a hit on the intended receiver.
The Bulldogs not going away in this game, and like we were saying, USC reloads, they're a young team. Fresno State reloads, they're a young team. They've had 9 wins a year since 1999.
That's right.
And I don't care what conference you're in. That's a great, great achievement.
And, well, and they have gone and played some tough teams. Ball out of his end zone. Jennings runs up, takes it to the 45-yard line, starts right back up the gut. Gets by the first wave, and then it's grabbed from behind at the 30. And a flag is down back at the 20-yard line. Kerry Harris makes the tackle. Penalty flag down at the 20.
A lot of flags in the special teams part of this game.
That one's in an unusual place.
No man's land.
Yeah. Personal foul against the Trojans. And that's going to give Fresno State a very short field. And that will draw the wrath, I'm sure, of that man right there.
Well, you saw that bewildered look on the face of Pete Carroll.
Personal foul. Defense number 40. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run. First down.
You know, now you got to think back on that interception on the goal line. Had they been able to take that in, this game would be a lot closer, and they would be at the 15-yard line. We're coming back.
When you're smiling, the whole world smiles with you.
Some people are happier at work than others. They're using Kyocera printers and copiers. Kyocera, brilliant color. Advanced technology that's simple to use, and a low cost of ownership.
G35. Infinity. A line has been drawn.
13 minutes left in this football game. USC leads it by 13. But Fresno State in business at the USC 15-yard line after the personal foul penalty. Pinniger give to Mathis, and Mathis gets only a couple. Paul Pinniger's got to step up now.
Well, in the first half, he was 17 of 22, 203 yards, 2 touchdowns. Third quarter, 4 of 12, 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions, only 49 yards. I mean, he really has taken a step backward in this football game. Now, is that him getting a little nervous, realizing what he was doing against USC? Is that USC stepping up, playing better defense in the second half? I don't know. Maybe a little both.
Well, he's 13 yards away from the end zone again, and they cannot afford to come up empty here. Going to throw, going to run. Now he's going to run. And the ball's loose, but they got it back, I think. Ball was just slapped out of Pinniger's hand that time. And fallen on by one of the interior linemen.
I think it was Oscar Lua getting a hand on that ball. Cedric Ellis getting an arm out. It was Oscar Lua spinning around. Fresno State dodging a bullet there. That might have been it.
A lot of confusion actually on that last play. I don't know if that was going to be a quarterback draw. If it was, Pinniger was very hesitant. Donald recovered the ball. So a huge play here, 3rd and 10. Ball back at the 16-yard line. Out of the gun. Pinniger throws, catch is made for a first down inside the 5-yard line. And it was Devin McDonald on the catch.
Devin McDonald, part of the first touchdown for the Bulldogs, that wacky play where the ball popped up. Jamison ending up with it. Been very involved catching the ball in this football game. Came into the game only 9 receptions. He's had way more than half that tonight.
So now first and goal, nose of the football just across the 4-yard line. Pinniger under center. Williams in motion. They give it to Mathis. Straight ahead. Touchdown. Flag down.
And there was more confusion out there with the Bulldogs lining up. Not sure this is not going to be some kind of procedure penalty.
Prior to the snap, delay of game, offense. There is no foul for the illegal shift. The delay of game came before the ball was put in play.
So 2 administrative penalties on that one for Pat Hill's team, and he's not going to like that.
Not going to like it at all. That's just game management.
Illegal shift, illegal procedure, a shift there, and then a delay of game. Paul Pinniger not managing the game well right now, quarterback.
So it remains first down and goal, but now the ball back at the 9-yard line. The pitch this time to Mathis going outside, cuts it back and gets close to the 5. Picked up about 3 yards, maybe 4 yards on the play.
Didn't have to cut that one back so early. Could have taken it a little higher to the next shelf of that defense. Colin Ashton, Jeff Schweiger making the play. Just a little antsy. Wendell Mathis putting his foot in the ground a little early and taking it upfield. I like the physical nature of the run.
One of the few times tonight that they've run outside the tackles. Now it's second down. Goal to go from the 6. Go out of the gun. Pinniger straight back. Guns it. Incomplete. The intended receiver fell down. It was Joe Fernandez in the end zone. Now it's third down.
Probably for the best. Joe Fernandez covered by about 3 Trojans, linebackers and safeties, all clustered in the middle of the end zone. This is a huge play for Fresno State because they need a touchdown here to stay in this. USC's offense, with the way Reggie Bush is going, he's not slowing down. This guy's having a career night. He's breaking records tonight for the Trojans.
So a huge play right here. Out of the gun, third and goal, the ball at the 6-yard line. Pinniger rolling to his right, looking to the end zone, throws, caught by Fernandez. A great catch by Joe Fernandez for the score with Justin Wyatt all over it.
Justin Wyatt, a great cover corner. Joe Fernandez making a wonderful catch and a nice throw by Pinniger on the move, rolling out. Wyatt with a hand in the back of Fernandez. Not sure if the other arm, the left arm, wasn't there early as well. And Fernandez still coming up with the football, showing the ref. Big play for the Bulldogs, getting back in this game, still fighting for every inch in the fourth quarter. Gotta love the character of this team.
Absolutely. And try for point now, try to make this a 6-point game again. Well, there's no dog in the dogs.
No question. I'm gonna start barking here. I got a good bark noise too.
I got a good one too.
Yeah, but yours is more Pomeranian.
Older, more Pomeranian.
They are looking at this right now. But I don't think there was any question that he caught the football.
I don't think there's any question there was interference either.
Nice extension, and the ball does hit the ground, but you have to think Fernandez's arm is under that ball when it does hit the ground.
Yeah, I think so too. I can't imagine they would change this.
Hard to tell from there because Wyatt's body gets over the football.
That's a heck of a catch.
I caught it.
Yeah, he's not worried. He's got 5 catches, 66 yards, and a couple of scores tonight. I mean, he was just like this yesterday, wasn't he?
Yelling at the refs while they're looking at the play. Poor refs is sitting duck there on the sideline.
He walked up to the judge with me and catch it. Hey, how was that looking for Mason?
The conversation continues on the bench. There's no worry in the mind of Joe Fernandez.
Well, he's starting to get up now and pace. You know,
you start to pace the sideline, you worry a little bit. Replay's new for everybody, you know,
Yeah,
especially out here on the West Coast. They tried it last year in the Big Ten. Now everybody has drank the Kool-Aid.
Look at the red on my gloves. That was a catch.
That was a catch.
Yeah, we heard you the first time.
That's right. I think it was a catch, too.
I do, too. But there is that shot of the ball hitting the ground. You just have to wonder, was the arm underneath the ball? It's tough to see because of Wyatt's body coming over.
Not conclusive, man.
No, I don't believe so either.
There's another look at it.
And that is PI, no question about that. Wyatt, really good corner. And was his forearm underneath the ball enough for that to be called a catch?
Again, maybe not, but it's not conclusive.
Now, we've seen things overturned that should not be overturned, and we've seen things stand that should not have stood. Instant replay still new in the Pac-10. So this is going to be interesting. I don't know which way they're going to go with it.
I know which way Pat Hill will go if it gets reversed.
Yeah.
Look at that look of disdain. That was not a let's go have a beer after the game. All right, here we go.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. Touchdown.
So Pat Hill gets one. And the Bulldogs, they're just staying in this.
And Hill told us last night, I don't mind the instant replay as long as they get it right. And it looks like they got it right on that one. Joe Fernandez on the sideline. Told you so.
Try for point now to make it a 6-point game. High snap, but pulled down. And the try for point is up and good. And these Bulldogs still right there. They trail by 6. Now they're looking to get a stop on the mighty USC offense.
First American Funds is pleased to announce that in 2005, we lived up to our name twice. Ask your financial advisor what can happen when strategy meets strength. First American Funds. You should carefully consider the investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses before investing. Call 800-677-FUND for a prospectus containing this and other information about the funds. Please read it carefully before investing.
Next.
Witness the baddest men on the planet.
Oh, that's a big right hook.
The Pride Fighting Championships are on FSN.
What a tremendous battle.
Featuring Hollywood Henderson, Shogun Rua, Fedor Emelianenko, and Rodrigo Nogueira. If you think you've seen fighting to the extreme, you haven't seen anything yet. The Pride Fighting Championships tomorrow on FSN.
Tune in for the USC Hoops Preview, Monday at 11:30 on FSN West 2.
College Football Saturday on FSN is presented by the Slider Remix with MP3 player from Kyocera. The power of music everywhere you take your phone. And brought to you in part by Mitsubishi, driven to thrill. By Pioneer Plasma Displays. Experience more at PioneerPureVision.com. And by Aflac. Ask about it at work. Well, what do you think, P? Heck of a football game, isn't it?
Great football game because Fresno State will not give up. A lot of teams with that surge USC made in the third quarter would have given up, and USC would have the reserves in right now. John David Moody would be playing quarterback. But Fresno State has not given up. They've kept fighting. They've kept bringing the ball down the field, kept bringing the fight to USC. And it's going to be interesting to see what USC does on offense right now. Fresno State really showing the Trojans a game.
Bulldogs have already scored more points than anybody else during this winning streak. Drive this kick. Bush about 3 yards deep coming out. Why not the way he's been going? The 15 to 20, try to get to the outside, still on his feet. And now the football is fumbled, and I think Fresno State may have this. They do. Huge play.
Big
Jason
mistake.
Huss with the recovery.
Big mistake for Reggie Bush. Running away from his coverage. You see the return is supposed to go left. Reggie takes it right. There's nobody out there to help him. Nice play by McCulley, batting that ball loose. Reggie Bush not taking care of the football. A little too loose with the football. Guy's got 300 plus all-purpose yards on the night. Starts to feel like Superman, and something like that happens, and now the Bulldogs can take the lead.
Isn't it interesting that that's the Pat Hill said every now and then SC will not exactly clutch the football to their bosom. Good word. Right up the gut, Mathis, touchdown! How do you like this one?
What a turn of events, the mistake by Reggie Bush, the fumble. We have seen the game turn in special teams. Look at the disappointment on Reggie's face, and then Wendell Mathis straight up the field to the goal line untouched. Fresno State with momentum. You gotta love this. 9 minutes left, 47 seconds. It's gonna be a fight to the finish.
It's been a battle the whole game. This to take the lead again. It's good, and Fresno State leads it. Nothing fancy on that last play.
A lot of teams would have taken a shot at the end zone with the pass. Not the Bulldogs. Mathis on the zone, taking it straight up the field. D'Artagnan Shack with a wonderful block. Look at this. They lead the fullback through. Vercher with a nice block. And Mathis, no need to cut back. No need to drift on the front side. Just takes it right into that A gap. Straight up the gut and straight into the heart of USC's defense. A lot of Fresno State fans here. Look at them.
They gotta be loving it. See that look of surprise on that guy? I think that was probably the same look that Pete Carroll had. Well, they gotta be clinging to the beers in the bars in Fresno.
Something's happening up there. I'm not sure what, but I don't think you could get gas anywhere in the San Joaquin Valley right now. Everybody glued to their television. The Bulldogs with a 1-point lead in the fourth quarter on the #1 team in the country. Again, the things that are on the line here. USC 32 straight wins. Records that you wouldn't believe, and there you see Reggie Bush, the man that made the mistake that let that lead change take place, back there to receive this kickoff.
Difference maker in the game on both sides now, Reggie Bush. Difference maker for USC's offense and USC's comeback from a 13-point deficit. Now the difference maker in giving the ball back to Fresno State to allow this lead touchdown. This kick will be at about the goal line. Bush again. And Bush caught by his own man. And will go out of bounds at about the 22-yard line. Let's take a look at, and now we're going to get another personal foul. I don't know which way it's going to go. Here's our Aflac trivia question. USC 32 straight wins. Which 4 Division I-A teams have had longer streaks since 1900?
I know one.
I do too.
Maybe another Harvard mention.
It could be. I don't know. I do know the one. And this is going to be against USC. Isn't that interesting?
I believe it's going to be more frustration from Reggie Bush.
Pete Carroll telling everybody, settle down.
Dead ball, personal foul. Number 5 of the return team.
You're right.
Penalty will be enforced half the distance from the end of the run. First down.
Reggie Bush very frustrated. Slaps a Fresno State player on the helmet, headed off the field.
Then he popped the field judge. That was an accident.
That was Haji Lane.
So the Trojans start at the 10-yard line. Give it to Reggie Bush. Bush cuts it inside, gets across the 15 to the 16. Pick up a 5.
Reggie Bush is a man possessed right now, Barry. A couple mistakes in a row, and they keep feeding him the ball. USC's going to try to run here, run out the clock, and get the lead back.
Got to stay under control.
Tough. I mean, you're losing to Fresno State. Place is packed. A lot of Fresno fans here. They've been taking the fight to you all night. You're a fat cat. You're number one. You're a great football team. Guys are frustrated.
Bush again. Bush this time has room. 20, 25 to the outside, 30, 35 and out of bounds. Well, he made a mistake, but he's trying to bring his team back.
Watch Steve Smith coming around here, trying to figure out where Reggie Bush is going to run the football. See, Reggie can outrun him. Finally, Reggie sets him up, and Steve gets in the way of Lane, the linebacker. Reggie takes it out of bounds. Not an easy guy to block for. You don't know where he's going to go.
But you're right. He sets his blocks really well.
He does that. You know, Jerome Harrison of Washington State does that very well as well in the back end.
First down across the 35-yard line. Right, the Trojans keeping it on the ground. Split backs now. Leinart going to throw. Throws for Bush. Wide open, 45-40. One man to beat, 30. Turned him inside out. And then a great job to recover by Tyrone Culver to save a touchdown.
Reggie Bush doing it by himself, but he wouldn't have done it without that beautiful check by Matt Leinart. Matt Leinart seeing the mismatch. Reggie Bush on a linebacker. Nothing that linebacker can do. Reggie Bush running the wheel route. They drop it between the safety and the backer. Big gain for the Trojans.
43 more yards for Reggie Bush.
Bill Doba told us you put a linebacker on Reggie Bush, you might as well cue the fight song.
That's right. That was the one time tonight that they've got him matched up with a linebacker. Out of the I formation, Lendale White now. Quick toss for Smith. And Smith wrapped up at the 20-yard line. Nice tackle by Richard Marshall.
Richard Marshall, one of those Bulldogs out there defensively battling hard all night. And you have to tackle against USC. Pat Hill stressed that over and over and over again to his team all week and to us last night. Steve Smith gets away there. He's for sure got a first down, maybe a touchdown. Nice tackle by Marshall.
8-2, it's second down and 8. Lendale White remains in the game. Ball right at the 20-yard line. Two tight ends. Give it to White. White on the left side. Gets into the secondary, down to the 10-yard line, the first down. Well, Reggie Bush has already broken, as you said, the all-purpose record at USC. Well, he's done more than that. He's broken it by 109 yards.
502 yards on the night for Reggie Bush. That is a Pac-10 record, and we have seen this guy do it all.
502 yards.
That might be close to a Pac-10 record for a team.
First down at the 11-yard line. Leinart this time rolls out, looks at the end zone. Now he's in trouble, rolls away from it. Now he tucks it away and gets out of bounds at about the 6-yard line. Nice job defensively by the Fresno State Bulldogs. And there was a little contact going on in the end zone.
Contact in this game?
Hard to believe. It was Alwan, Dials, and Jarrett jogging each other. Look at this.
Dials pushing Jarrett around. Jarrett trying to get open. And then he just kind of ignores that whole thing and gets into a shoving match with Dials. That's not good. A lot of tempers out there tonight.
I'm telling you.
Very chippy. Glad I'm up here. Nobody up here wants to fight me, right? I don't think.
Bush back in the backfield now. Here's Reggie right up the middle, and he kept his feet Gets it down to the 2-yard line. Should point out, USC can make a first down without making a touchdown. So it's going to be 3rd down and a yard to go for a first down, 2 yards to go for a touchdown.
Barry, check out the body control here by Reggie Bush. Kind of floating into the hole. And watch this cut and the body control. Gets his left hand down, keeps himself up, falls over his fullback. Alan Goodwin eventually makes a stop, but what a runner.
Yeah, not bad. 3rd down. They need a yard for a first down, 2 for a touchdown. They might have gotten the first down. I'm not sure. They did not get the touchdown. Good second effort by Lindale White. And I believe they're going to get the first down here. 20 carries, 287 yards, and 2 scores for Reggie Bush tonight. Boy, that was close to a touchdown.
Very close. And Lindale White hasn't really had the opportunities tonight to go off. Hard to get into a rhythm when you're a big back, when the other guy's getting so many carries. And when Reggie Bush is hot, how do you not give him the football? But it's been tough for Lindale because a big back like that, you got to feed him the ball. He's got to get into a rhythm. He's got to get hit. He's got to go forward. He's got to wear out those linebackers. Hasn't had that opportunity tonight.
They're going to measure for the first down here. And they are going to review this also, we understand. It's a first down. And we understand they are also reviewing this. It's close to crossing the plane.
It's hard to tell because you can't see his legs in that pile. Never know what's going on.
So they'll take another look. The question, I don't think they're asking, is this a fumble? The ball did come loose, but I'm quite sure he was down by that time. The question is it a touchdown?
You see him surging forward, and his legs are on top of a Fresno State defender. And because of that, his knee wasn't down. Maybe the elbow goes down before the ball crosses. The knees never go down.
So
that's a 1 dials on the tackle.
So we'll see what this decision will be. Pat Hill wants to get his defense over to talk to him.
What do you think?
I think it's a touchdown.
Well, his legs weren't down. Let's see where the ball ends up. Yeah, touchdown. That's a touchdown. And the replay official has all those angles. They're going to see that the legs weren't down, the knee wasn't down, the elbow wasn't down before the ball crossed the plane. That's a touchdown.
So, assuming it is a touchdown, Fresno State will have 6 minutes and 22 seconds, ample time. And remember, they have used 2 of their timeouts. But 6 minutes and 22 seconds is an eternity. So Pat Hill just trying to keep his players in the ball game here.
I believe they're going to overturn this call.
I think so too. And I think it would be right if they did.
Pat Hill's not going to like it though.
After review, there is conclusive video evidence that the ball penetrated the goal line prior to being fumbled. Touchdown.
And that's the right call. There should be no argument from the Fresno State coaching staff. So that makes it a 5-point ball game.
What a heavyweight fight this is.
Oh my gosh. It's not going to be stopped on cuts, I can tell you that. They're going to go for 2 here. Try to make it a 7-point game.
Now, you always have a bunch of plays in your playbook that are 2-point plays. You don't run them anywhere else. unless it's something very simple. Let's see what USC pulls out here.
Lendale White is the running back. Short drop, Leinert throws. No. Jarrett cannot hang on in the end zone. Good defensive job on McCauley. They've done a very nice job on Jarrett tonight.
They have, and they tried to run that play where Jarrett runs like he's running a fade, but comes back inside and makes the catch. Nice defense by the Bulldogs.
5-point ball game. Fresno State gets it back. 6 minutes, 22 seconds remaining to be played.
MP3 player? Phone. The Slider remix from Kyocera. The power of music everywhere you take your phone.
Projected from the nexus of where the West is, never stress it with the essence of expression. It's that sexy introspection.
The new, intimidating Mitsubishi Raider. Available 230 horse V8 and the most towing capacity in its class. Mitsubishi, driven to thrill.
And I don't even have that insurance.
What insurance, Santa?
The one that pays you cash if you're hurt and can't work.
Huh?
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Can you just set down the toys?
Welcome back, Barry Tompkins, Petros Papadakis, Jim Watson on the sidelines. 90,000 people in attendance, and if there were 90,000 at the opening kickoff, I'd say there's 89,000 right now. Nobody has left. Reggie Bush and Lendale White, at least one, has had a touchdown in each of the last 35 games, but now for USC and maintaining the streak, it's all about the D's, not the O.
Well, it's always all about the O.
That's true.
Don't get crazy. Stand in front of the microwave.
This time it's going to be Marshall. And Marshall starts to go the other way and is dragged down as he crossed the 20-yard line at the 22. Let's go back to our Aflac trivia question. Give me the answer to this one. No, Oklahoma was one of them. Who are the others? USC, 32 straight wins. Which 4 Division I-A teams have had longer streaks since 1900? The answer is Oklahoma, Washington, back in 1908 to 1914, right before WWI. Toledo? The Rockets, huh?
Toledo, who knew?
Matt Leinart can only watch for the moment. Paul Pinniger's turn to run the offense. 78 yards away. Give is to Mathis. Nothing happening there.
Lawrence Jackson stepping up, making the stop there. Watch out for this USC defense. They feed off the offense. When their offense gets going, they come out and start to make big plays. Very physical, very active. Play with a lot of tempo, just like Fresno State does.
2nd down and 9. Listen to the crowd here in the Coliseum. I haven't heard this place like this, I think, since the Olympics.
84?
Yeah. Pinniger throws, and he kind of threw a little soft pass out there, and it was almost picked by Scott Ware. There's one that Pinniger would like that back. You got to gun that ball.
Jermaine Jamison coming to the wide side of the field. Scott Ware making a nice play to bat it down. Really had to stretch out to get it. Very athletic play by Scott Ware, who got his first interception of the 2005 season tonight. And that was a big turnover, maybe a turnover that turned the game. One of the times it turned the game.
Yeah, that's right. It's had a lot of twists and turns. 3rd down and 9, huge play. Out of the shotgun. Blitz comes. Pinniger rolls away, and a flag is down. I'm sure that's going to be a hold. The ball was stripped, but they're going to say that Pinniger was down at the 15-yard line. No, SC ball. And the flag, I'm sure, was a hold. Lawrence Jackson was the guy who got to Pinniger, and the ball was recovered by Brian Cushing.
Lawrence Jackson, you see him there. Defensive end, working against Denman. Strips that ball loose from Pinniger. The ball most definitely out. Cushing falls on it. He's an opportunistic young freshman player. And, you know, I'm just amazed. They forced that 3rd and long. And USC's defense and offense, just the team, their ability to play within the moment in football games. They don't worry about their streak. They don't worry about the Rose Bowl. They don't worry about their ranking or who they're playing. They find themselves in a tough game. Doesn't matter if they're at home or away. They make the plays necessary to win the football game.
And he certainly did it right there. Pinniger held the ball, I think, a little bit too long there, but I don't think you could pin that one on the offensive line.
You saw it on 4th and 9 in South Bend, Indiana.
Give it to Reggie Bush. Bush outside. He's got one man to beat. Cuts inside, takes it inside the 10-yard line to about the 8.
Juan Dials making the stop. He's been really involved down there near the goal line all night.
4 turnovers in the second half for Fresno State. Probably the difference. An interception on the goal line.
And Pat Hill will talk about the turnovers. He'll also tell you the Trojans defense forced those turnovers.
Yeah.
And got the Bulldogs to play just a little out of their element.
2nd down and 3. Bush again. Cuts it back this time and is really popped right as he got started. Emmanuel Sanchez with help from Lewis Leonard.
Here was where USC will really start getting behind this offensive line. 4 minutes, 20 seconds and counting left in the 4th quarter. Look at the size of these guys. Baker, 305. Deuce Latui, 365. Khalil, not a big guy. Maybe their best offensive lineman. Fred Matua, an emotional catalyst, and Winston Justice. That's the big draft pick off the line. These guys, they play like 5 fingers on a hand. It's no good just to have one good player on your offensive line. They all have to play together.
Pat Hill was effusive about Ryan Khalil. Give it to Bush again. Stop this time. Back at the 10-yard line. So now the field goal team will come out. Marcus McCauley, Tyler Klutz turned that play back. The Bulldogs still hanging in there. But now they're going to have to make a big play.
Still hanging in there because Reggie Bush getting the ball over and over again between the tackles doesn't always work. He'll dance around, he'll lose some yardage. That's what happened there. I'm sure a lot of people wanted to see Lindale White there pounding the ball behind that big offensive line. We just showed all their weights. Big field goal here.
Oh, absolutely. 26 yards. Fresno State very good at blocking field goals and punts. Not going to get this one. It's on its way. It's good. Huge field goal. Stretches the lead to 8.
And young Mario Danello out of San Pedro, California, really stepping up tonight. 3 field goals he's had, all of them good. 25, 31, 26 yards. Not long ones. But check out Pete Carroll watching his young kicker. Yeah, San Pedro, California, you know, down the street from the old pizza.
Yeah, I was going to say the home of Petros Papadakis and family.
Yeah. Nobody lives with me, though. Solo, Barry.
You're liking that, aren't you?
That's right. Watch TV as late as I want. Cartoon Network.
Stay up, that's right.
FSN, of course. Stays on a loop.
Well, it's still not over for Fresno State here. I mean, they're...
Oh, no, they're hanging in there.
Touchdown and a 2-point conversion away from sending the game to overtime. 3:06 left.
They are on their heels offensively, though.
No question.
USC's defense has gone on the attack mode. They've pinned their ears back. The defensive ends are starting to win one-on-one matchups with the tackles. But, I mean, Fresno keeps coming back in this game. 3:06 left. Do they have one drive left in them? I think they do, but will USC allow it?
It's going to be interesting. I think they're going to need a big play right here on this kickoff. Their special teams have come up big today. They kicked it away from Jennings last time. This time they drive one on the ground. Somebody's going to pick this up. It is finally picked up. And boy, what a shot. It was Pasco who picked it up. Bear Pasco. And it was Malaluga who made the stop, and he really stuck him.
Ray Malaluga, big hitter, got a lot of closing speed. Puts his dome on the kidney of Pasco.
Pasco did well just to tuck that ball away.
He didn't want it either. They tell you, you know, if the ball's squibbed and it's coming with some momentum, let it go through to the return guys. That one was coming too slow. Pasco had to pick it up.
So now they start at the 28-yard line, and there's no tomorrow. 3:02 remaining in the ball game. They need 8. Pinniger throws into traffic. Ball is caught. And did the Trojans take it away? If they don't allow this, it's going to be a very quick whistle. It was Ashton who took it away. They're going to give him that catch.
Colin Ashton, bewildered.
I don't know.
Former walk-on, a senior out of Mission Viejo, California. You be the judge. Ball comes over. It's Fernandez and Ashton.
Pretty close.
I can see why they gave it to the offensive guy.
Clock ticking down, 2:18. Pinniger, now he throws the other way. Came back off his primary that time on first down. Ashton making the tackle that time, and now they'll move the chains. Clock will stop. Remember, Fresno State has only one timeout remaining.
One timeout left, 2 minutes, 11 seconds. They've got their first down, so they've already got a little bit of momentum. Let's see if they can keep it going, but they are going to have to get the ball downfield eventually. Remember, they need a touchdown and a 2-point conversion just to tie this thing.
USC is going to call a timeout. Here is the Kyocera play of the game, and it was none other than Reggie Bush making that jump stop on the sideline and then taking it to the house all the way across the field.
You see that a lot in high school, you know. You see that stop on the sideline and then a guy coming all the way back across the field. You don't see that a lot in Division I college football, especially against a team like Fresno State, but you don't see a guy like Reggie Bush every day either out there running the football.
No, he's had a huge day, made one mistake that cost his team a touchdown. 2 mistakes, actually.
And personal foul on the other kickoff return.
That's right.
I don't forget mistakes.
I'm sure Pete Carroll won't either, but I think he'll be forgiving if USC wins this game.
You know, I get a lot of emails. People wonder what that 619 is, you know? See that thing?
I know what it is.
You know what it is? What
Yes,
is it?
the area code.
Yeah. Area codes are a big deal these days.
I know they are.
I believe Fresno has that good 559.
They do.
Yeah, that good 559. Little known around the country. But if you know somebody from Fresno, you see that 559 on the caller ID, you know you're getting a call from the agricultural breadbasket of the world.
Well, that's very true. I mean, they've got that green V on the back of their helmets that they wear that stands for the Fertile Valley. San Joaquin Valley. Quite sure they're going to say that. Are they saying this timeout was called before that last play? I think they are. So they're not going to, instead of having a first down, USC called a timeout before the play.
How strange.
Very strange. So again, it's second down. I don't think they put any time back on the clock either. In trouble, and here's a screen. Look out, it is almost intercepted. Very close to an interception by Cushing. First down line brought to you by Overstock.com. Visit Overstock.com today. Start saving because it is. I mean, it is.
All about the O.
Of course it is.
No question. Fresno's offense deflated. Are they deflated now?
Gotta have a play here. They did put time back on the clock, incidentally, after that USC timeout. But they did put the first down back. Blitz comes. Pinniger throws. Missed Fernandez badly. Fernandez wants a flag. He's not going to get it. Now Fresno's down to its last hurrah.
Very physical defense being played by Josh Pinkard, who was a nickel and then a safety, a guy that hits a lot of people and then ended up playing corner just in the last few weeks. Might be the best corner on USC's team. Very close to Fernandez there. Forcing the throw, baiting the throw, and then right up in the grill of Fernandez. Here's the game right here.
Fourth down. They've gone for it twice already tonight and have made it both times, but this is one that they absolutely have to have. Four-man rush. Pinniger, now he's got to get rid of it. Does, and it's caught by Rivera for a first down at the 40-yard line. Nice job by Pinniger. He could feel the pressure, knew he had to unload the ball, and finally found Rivera's outlet at the last minute.
Fresno State's like Madonna. Every time you think they're done, they get a new album, comes out, and somebody buys it.
Resurrecting themselves.
Reinventing themselves.
She was getting rave reviews I saw in the paper this morning in
No,
London.
Don't start. I brought it up. So.
Pinniger throws to the sideline, caught by Fernandez, pick up a 5. Fernandez gets out of bounds, 1:46 remaining. Ryan Ting defending for USC.
And right now the Bulldogs doing what they got to do, getting first downs, using the sidelines. They saw their lives in this game flash before their eyes. They played a great game.
They did.
Pulled it out on fourth down. They're still alive. 2nd and 6.
Spread it out, slot left this time. Pinniger straight back. Now he throws, little clear outs, caught this time by Rivera. Rivera at the 40, breaks the tackle to the 30, to the 25, and out of bounds. And whenever you think they're all done dancing, they find one more go-round.
And it's been Rivera here on this final drive for the Bulldogs, catching the ball out of the backfield. There you see him. That's an outlet. That's not a called play. Pinniger wanted to go downfield, couldn't do it. Finally gets it to Rivera. Rivera right by that USC team box, taking it to the cheerleaders. The Bulldogs have life. Only 1:37 left. That's plenty of time.
Oh, yeah, world of time. They need a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. Trojans trying to hustle somebody onto the field here at the last minute, and they do. Now, let's see. Whistles blow, and going to be a timeout called by Southern California, because they didn't have the right personnel on the field. And it will remain first down, the ball at the 25-yard line. It just will not go away, will it?
They won't go away, and what can you say about how impressive Pat Hill's team has been tonight? Coming in here, and I don't think anybody would dispute, USC has got better players. They have very good coaches. They're well coached, very good players, and they've won 32 straight football games. They are the monster of college football, maybe one of the best programs ever. With what they've done in the modern television era, they've been nothing but special. Fresno State has come in here and taken the fight to them every play, just when they have an opportunity to give up and everybody would say, well, you know, hey, the Bulldogs, they played great, they came down, they deserve the accolades they get. That's not good enough for them. They want to win this football game, and they are playing this football game to win. And they still have a chance with 90 seconds to go.
No, they do, absolutely. Pat Hill, I'm sure if they do lose this game, Pat Hill will not consider this a success. Even though his team has absolutely played their hearts out and played the #1 team in the land, not just this year, but last year too. Just to a standstill.
We say it all the time, there are no moral victories, but I mean, what can you say about the way they played? It's been everything great about football, the way they played tonight. And the way USC has answered them.
And they're still breathing. First down at the 25-yard line, 1:37 left. Out of the gun. Four-man rush. Pinnaker steps up, looks to the end zone, into coverage, intercepted. Intercepted by Bing. Bing going to come out with it. He's at the 15, trying to take it to the outside, the 20. Now he's got some room at the 30. He's to the 40 and out of bounds. And finally, this one's in the books.
It is in the books. They went for it all, trying to get Williams, threw it into double coverage, forced the ball in there. Darnell Bing with the interception, and then with the very flashy return, the high stepping, cutting across the field. Let's see what happened here. Ill-advised throw. Just an ill-advised throw. Darnell Bing making the play and staying up. Probably would have been better served to take a knee, but took it out and got an extra 20 yards. Big physical runner is Darnell Bing.
And Darnell Bing will be our Cooper Tires Defensive Player of the Game. A couple of picks tonight. USC just made big plays when they needed to. They played like champions.
They did play like champions because they didn't come into this game flat. They didn't come into this game underestimating Fresno State at all. It was just a great football game by two great teams, two great football programs.
Fresno State has one timeout it can use. Leinart will take the knee.
Takes a knee.
The clock will wind down. I don't know if Fresno State will use this last time out or not. Well, it's been an unbelievable football game. Unbelievable.
And it's what we expected. I didn't think it would be a blowout. I mean, you knew it was going to be hard to see USC go down. I mean, that was going to be pretty inconceivable with the way they've been playing and the offensive weapons that they have, and on defense how they've gotten better. But we knew it was going to be tough. But I didn't think that Fresno State would just continue to arise. You know, every chance they had to give up. I mean, nobody would have argued with, you know, the effort they gave, even in the first half. And look, they take it all the way down to the fourth quarter, and they're still not going to be happy with that.
That's absolutely right. Just that one ill-advised pass, couple of ill-advised passes actually by Paul Pinnaker. And Fresno State, we can say it here, they have every reason to be proud. And likewise, USC really showing the character of champions to come back. They trailed. Fresno State got back in front, and USC came right back again. And that's what the #1 team in the nation is expected to do, and they delivered.
You see the respect between the two coaches, Pat Hill and Pete Carroll. Very different parts of the state of California, Los Angeles and Fresno. But the same kind of heart in both teams. Both of them played like champions tonight.
Huge day for a great running back, Reggie Bush. I'm sure he feels that he has a couple of things to apologize for, despite 23 carries, 294 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 513 all-purpose yards. And still, the Trojans needed a little bit more than that. They had to have a couple of big defensive plays, and they got them.
USC 33 straight victories, 1 win from the Rose Bowl. They got UCLA in early December. They're going to have a bye week. Fresno State's going to leave a little deflated, but they got a lot to be proud of, too.
I think they do, too. And both these teams, as we said, are going to be back and back strong 1 year from now. And Fresno State would like nothing more to come back down here and play USC again. Well, they played their hearts out tonight. 50-42, the final score. USC wins it. For Petros Papadakis and Jimmy Watson, I'm Barry Tompkins. So long, everybody.
Live from Staples Center in downtown Los Angeles, it's the Southern California Sports Report. Presented by your local Hyundai dealers.
First and 10 at the 45. Backs in the eye. Kurtman and Bush. Bush the call. Left side. He's at the 40. 35, 30. 25, 20. He's going to go. Reggie Bush goes the distance, and the Trojans have the lead.
What a night for Reggie Bush. What a night for the Trojans, who do get all they can handle from the 16th-ranked Bulldogs. Patrick O'Neill with you from the SCSR studio here at Staples Center. Back out to the Coliseum. Plenty of interviews and analysis in just a moment. First, though, let's see how this one played out for the Trojans tonight. 22.5-point favorites at home against the Bulldogs. It is our Hyundai highlight of the night. Matt Leinart and USC looking for their 26th straight home win, 33rd overall in a row. Opening drive. Leinart airs it out. Dwayne Jarrett end zone. Incomplete. Opportunity blown early. Fresno State's opening drive. Paul Pinniger passes to Devin McDonald. He fumbles, coughs it up. Jermaine Jamison, right place, right time. Touchdown. SC down. Next drive, Reggie Bush. On the pitch, right side, down the sideline. He couldn't go all the way, but he gets tripped up right there at the 5-yard line by Tyrone Culver. Good hustle. Very next play, you saw the lightning. Here comes the thunder. Lendell White, 5 yards, touchdown. His 46th touchdown in 37 games, tied at 7. In the second quarter, SC down 14-10. Pinniger hooks up with Joe Fernandez for the 14-yard TD. SC down 21-13 at the half. Opening drive of the third. Reggie Bush, he's like a video game. I swear to God, the moves he makes absolutely unbelievable. And that would lead to a Leinart 1-yard touchdown run, USC within one. Ensuing drive, Pinniger from his own end zone. That's a mistake. Good hustle by Brandon Ting, making the diving pick. So we go to the first play after the interception. Bush gets the ball. He is gone. I think he runs about, we timed it, it's about a 2.540. Pete Carroll thrilled. Team takes the lead. 27-21. Next possession for the Trojans. Leinart rolls out. Steve Smith, end zone. Great catch. USC, 3 touchdowns in just over 3 minutes. Later in the third, SC up 34-21. Bulldogs will not quit. They're Bulldogs, for goodness sakes. Pinniger hits Paul Williams. Trojans, the lead cut to 6, and then Scott Ware gets a pick. Bush takes it to the outside, cuts it back in. A 50-yard touchdown, 516 all-purpose yards for Reggie Bush at 294 rushing. But the Bulldogs come right back. Pinniger hits Fernandez for another touchdown. USC up only 6 after the play was reviewed. The touchdown stands. Ensuing kickoff. Bush returning the kick. Gets a little loosey-goosey with the ball, and he coughs it up. And it's recovered by the Bulldogs. Jason Huss gets it, and then Wendell Mathis, first play after the fumble, a former Bruin, 18 yards to go ahead score. Trojans down 1. So the ensuing SC possession, Bush got to make amends. Leads the Trojans down the field, gets it to the 20. 5 plays later, White tries to punch it in. Yeah, spot shadow. Thank you very much. Good work, guys. That play would be reviewed, and it would be a touchdown. 2-point conversion failed. Trojans up 5. Next drive for the Bulldogs. Last chance. Pinniger hangs on too long. Low jack. Lawrence Jackson with the strip. Brian Cushing recovers. SC hangs on to win this one 50-42. Oh, big correction to make. 513 all-purpose yards for Reggie Bush. Oh, he had a terrible game. How about these streaks right here? 33 in a row overall. 26 at home equals a Pac-10 mark set by Cal way back in the roaring 20s. 16th straight in conference and the 15th straight victory against an AP team ranked in the top 25. The 42 points that SC gave up, the most allowed during their 33-game winning streak. I could go on and on, but I'm going to take a break right now. Take a look at Reggie Bush. When we come back, you're going to hear from Reggie, Matt Leinart, Petros Papadakis, and Jim Watson. All the analysis and interviews you can handle. SC wins again.
The Southern California Sports Report is brought to you by Jack in the Box. Experience Jack's tasty line of ciabatta sandwiches. Red is back.
Seconds to go. The Trojans have scored, and the Trojans will win the ballgame.
A quick download on the new Hyundai Tucson. Loaded with features inside and out, like standard side impact and side curtain airbags, and standard electronic stability control with traction control. Tucson is the winner of Strategic Vision's 2005 Total Quality Award. And that award-winning quality lets us offer America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. The uniquely flexible, feature-packed Hyundai Tucson. Nicely equipped at $16,594 at Hyundai. Get a new Tucson with up to $1,500 cash back at your local Hyundai dealer.
That'll be $4.95.
Oh, I don't have my wallet. Could we just...
Do you have a Jack Cash card?
No.
Too bad. It's just like cash.
I know what it is.
Oh, well then you know that if you load one with $10, you get 2 free tacos.
I know.
But you don't have your wallet, so...
Can I see that? Does this help?
No, because that's mine.
Do you know who I am?
Duh. You're the hungry guy with no Jack Cash card.
Luck be a lady tonight.
Uncompromised 4-diamond luxury. Explore your senses. Enjoy. Indulge. Enliven. Lucky for you, it's all at Pechanga, California's best resort and casino.
Luck be a lady tonight.
Get in on the action. GMC has allotted a special shipment of Sierra SL crew cabs to your Southern California GMC dealers. We've got your features covered with style, performance, and the best V8 highway fuel economy of any full-size pickup. That's the GMC Total Value Promise. Get an 06 Sierra 1500 crew cab 2-wheel drive SL for the red tag price of $22,999 after all applicable offers. See your Southern California GMC truck dealers.
90,000 filing out of the Coliseum tonight. It'll be one of those nights years from now that they talk about, and more than 90,000 will claim that they were there and that they saw it. Welcome back. I'm Jim Watson on the sidelines. USC outlasts Fresno State 50-42. The fans continue to celebrate. A couple of Lambeau leaps going on. The Trojans more relieved than anything else. They were in an absolute dogfight tonight, quite literally. Fresno State looking for respect and looking for maybe the biggest upset in college football in the past 5 or 10 years, and they came oh so close. But 90,000 go home happy, with the exception of maybe 10,000 of Fresno State's fans, and they were all watching the same guy all night long. Reggie Bush. I talked to him afterwards, and the first question I asked him, have you ever been involved in a game like this?
Actually, I have, Notre Dame. But, you know, this is a great game, man, and I was just telling all the Fresno State players and the coaches, man, we got so much respect for them, for the way they came in here and played us, you know, today. So, but the most important thing was that we won the game, and, you know, that's all we care about.
Reggie, 294 yards rushing, 513 yards total. That's a Pac-10 record. Were you wearing down? Were you getting tired? Or did you want it one more time?
The more touchdowns I scored, I think the more energy I was getting. You know, it was such a great day today, and all I can do is thank God and my players, you know, for putting me in position to, you know, make plays happen for them.
And there were so many guys that contributed. It seems funny in a game like this where we had 92 points on the board, but defense actually played a big part down the stretch.
Oh, definitely, man. Our defense came through big at the end. They held them. And, you know, the rest is history from there. All we had to go do was kneel on the ball.
Reggie, Fresno State says anyone, anytime, anywhere, you got to give some credit to these guys. Give a little love to the Bulldogs.
Definitely. Like I said earlier, you know, I told the coach and the players, you know, we got so much respect for them for the way they came in here and played us today. And, you know, we're never going to forget this game.
Now you get a couple of weeks off, and then, of course, the crosstown showdown.
Yeah, definitely. We're ready for that one.
Congratulations, a Pac-10 record, 513 yards.
Thank you.
Reggie Bush making an argument, maybe the best player in the country. Joined now by Petros Papadakis on the sideline with me. You've been around USC football your whole life. Have you ever seen a performance in a single game like Reggie Bush showed us tonight?
He had a great performance. Made a couple mistakes down the stretch, but Reggie had a great performance, returning the ball, catching the ball, running the football. Just some moves that you only see in high school football games or Pop Warner games. Stuff that people can't do against Division I defenses. Not taking anything away from Fresno State's defense. These guys are a great defense and a very good tackling defense. You saw them tackle Trojans all night, but the stop moves on the sideline, the straight speed to the outside.
This move is ridiculous.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in a football game. Seriously, at this level, you just don't see that kind of thing. You don't see people taking it all the way across the field in a college football game. Reggie Bush, probably the most exciting football player ever at USC.
It was a video game move. You know, people are going to start talking about the Heisman. He made a statement. Certainly, he's in that group now.
Oh, definitely. You know, for Reggie Bush to win the Heisman Trophy, he's got to do something spectacular on a week-in and week-out basis. Now, only one touchdown in the last few games for him. He puts himself right back in the mix. 513 all-purpose yards, just about about 300 yards rushing. What a performance by Reggie Bush, and a very cool performance for the entire USC football team, because that Fresno team, they showed more heart than any other team I've seen on the floor in the Coliseum in the Pete Carroll era. Pete Carroll undefeated in November. Fresno State did not want to lose this football game. They weren't going to take the moral victory that, hey, we played USC tough. They came out here and punched USC in the mouth, played very hard. Matt Leinart was cool. Reggie Bush was spectacular, and the defense made plays down the stretch when they had to.
Yeah, Pat Hill said his biggest fear was not getting blown out, but getting blown out and having people say they didn't belong on the same field. You know, it was all about offense all night long, but at the end, it was about defense. Darnell Bing, his second interception, and SC hangs on 50-42.
V6 power traction control, ABS. It even comes in a sport wagon and a 5-door. Man, this car sells itself. No offense.
People are getting the message. Mazda's on the move with the Mazda 6 lineup. And now during the Mazda 6 drive, get up to $2,750 cash back on the 2005 Mazda 6 Sport Wagon and 5-door. See your Southern California Mazda dealer now.
Walmart presents the Mohegan Sun AKC Challenge Dog Show on FSN. Featuring more than 150 first-class breeds and the world's top trainers vying for the coveted Best in Show. It's the first AKC sanctioned event in over 5 years, as 2,500 dogs compete for top cash prizes in the biggest dog show of the year. Walmart presents the Mohegan Sun AKC Challenge Dog Show, Monday on FSN. This Thanksgiving, for the first time ever, it's high-stakes poker from the world's most exclusive casino. Live from Monaco, it's the FullTiltPoker.net Invitational. Poker's elite battle it out for $1 million jackpot in the world's most glamorous city. See every raise and every gut-wrenching call. Live, it's the FullTiltPoker.net Invitational, Thursday on FSN.
Watching FSN West 2.
Coliseum emptying out, and most people going into the night pretty happy. About 20,000 Fresno State fans with a long drive home. Welcome back. It's Watson and Petros on the sideline. 50-42, USC beats Fresno State. And if you can believe it, we're actually going to talk about defense in this segment. The defense, although they gave up an awful lot tonight, they were there when it mattered most.
They gave up an awful lot because they were playing a really good football team with a really good game plan. Paul Pinniger was very on point in the first half especially, but USC bringing the wood. A lot of people hitting out there tonight. Special teams, both sides of the ball, a lot of hits. Interceptions, though. USC forces a bunch in the second half. Darnell Bing with 2. You see Brandon Ting with his very first interception of his career coming over there. And then Scott Ware. That was a huge play, turning the tide in the second half. Stepping in front of that Pinniger pass in the last one. Darnell Bing, his second interception of the night. Ending it all for the Trojans. Fresno State came out, and you can't say enough how much heart they played with tonight, Waddy. I mean, they played with a lot of heart. They played great, but USC played in the moment, answered that. It was a heavyweight fight. It was punches and counter punches. It's a great football game.
Talk to me about the third quarter, the first 6.5 minutes. SC's down 21-13. They come out with an absolute blitz, and everybody's going to remember Bush and the touchdowns. But the defense set the tone because every time Fresno State had the ball, SC took it away.
Well, it went back and forth, but Pinniger most definitely, I'm not sure if he got a little nervous, realized what he was doing in the first half, and maybe tightened up in the second half. I'm not sure if USC's defense really started to adjust to what Fresno was trying to do, trying to take away that short passing game. Then Fresno tried to go a little deeper. USC with a lot of team speed got to that. I think it was a little of both. Fresno tightened up a little bit in the quarterback position, and USC came out screaming in that second half, offensively and defensively. But you got to give the Bulldogs credit. They wouldn't stop, kept fighting, fought all the way down to the last minute of this football game. It's a lot of fun to watch.
SC with 4 interceptions on the night. Scott Ware, Brandon Ting, and 2 for Darnell Bing, who talked with Barry LeBrock.
All right, thanks, Darnell Bing. You know, all the offensive points tonight, but it was the defense that really stepped up. 4 huge interceptions in the second half. What were you guys talking about at halftime?
Pretty much just coming out finishing. You know, they pretty much got to us a little bit in the first half. You know, we wanted to come out second half and just battle and pretty much compete and try to stop everything they were going to throw at us.
You told me on Tuesday that Coach Carroll was telling you guys that this is the best team you will face all year, at least up till now. Did you believe it then, and do you believe it now?
You know, I can say we probably questioned it, but you know, after this wonderful game, you know, you gotta believe it. You know, they came out, they battled every quarter, every down, every play. You know, and you just gotta give them the props. You know, they came out and battled, and we came out with the victory, though.
You had a great seat to see a great performance by Reggie Bush, nearly 300 yards rushing. Your thoughts on his performance?
You know, every time we have a big game, he comes out and just unleashes himself. You know, just for us to have a player like him is a wonderful thing. Him and Lindell, you know, they share their time, and they're 2 different kind of backs, and they both get the job done.
And you had the interception to seal it. Tell me about that play.
Coach Carroll pretty much put me in the right position to make a play, and quarterback threw it, and I was just there, and I made things happen with it.
You didn't want to down that ball? You want to show off your running skills a little bit?
I thought about it, but I turned around and looked, there was too much field, so I had to do it.
All right, man, congratulations.
All right, thanks.
All right, there he is, Darnell Bing. Huge interception late in the 4th quarter to put this one away. Let's go back to you.
Yeah, that was the one that put it away. Darnell Bing and the defense did their part, but the offense hung another 50 on the board. SC, the best offense in the country, and still undefeated. We'll come back and talk about the O.
Okay.
Next. Cash Call can put $10,000 in your checking account by tomorrow based on trusting you, with no security of any kind, just your signature. Monthly payments of around
The Southern California Sports Report is presented by your local Hyundai dealers. Hyundai, drive your way.
Trojans run the streak to 33 over Fresno State. An amazing football game, 50-42. It's Watson and Petros back at the Coliseum. SC was 6 touchdowns tonight, and they needed every single one of them.
They sure did need every single one of them. They had to play hard, brother. How many times do I have to tell you? Fresno came out ready to play. But USC, their ability to play within the moment, not worry about that streak, not worry about what's on the line, not worry about the Rose Bowl, not worry about the bye week, not worry about UCLA. Their ability to come out here, play in the moment, play up to the level of intensity that the Bulldogs were bringing to them. Amazing. A lot of touchdowns scored. The SC offense looked great. They were against a good tackling defense. Reggie Bush put on a show. Lindale White was efficient. Matt Leinart, efficient. You know, the fade wasn't there all night for Dwayne Jarrett. He might have had his worst game as a USC Trojan after a game against Cal that he didn't really block that well, and they challenged him. Dwayne Jarrett's going to have to fix it up, but Lindale White, Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart, that offensive line of USC's really putting it together, putting together a great win against a great football team.
Fantastic game. I had a chance to talk with Pete Carroll coming out of the locker room at halftime. He didn't look worried. He never seems to look worried. That's the thing about this team. They have such great poise. Barry LeBrock caught up with the head coach just moments ago.
Well, tell me about that one. I guess it was one of the toughest victories you've had since you've been here.
Yeah, it was really a terrific football game. Fresno did a great job, man. They did such a good job. Pinniger was awesome. You know, they did a terrific job, and it was a night that we'll remember about Reggie Bush, man. He just did everything tonight, and unfortunately, you know, he kicked it back at him one time, but he had a great night. You know, it's going to get hard sometimes, and this was one of those games. And we're really thankful that we got out of here. It's hard to be 11-0, I promise you, man. It's hard.
I know you put a positive spin on everything. So, character builder here tonight?
Oh, I guess. You know, we've been in a lot of hard games. You know, this one was just the first time at home in a while. So I'm thrilled that we came through and made the plays when we had to. And we got the job done.
Congratulations on the win, Coach. All right, there he is. Pete Carroll as the Trojans pull it out tonight. Let's go back to you guys.
Pete Carroll said it's hard to be 11-0, and he knew that this was going to be a tough game. You know, Petros, this is one of those games, though. People on the East Coast are going to pick up their newspapers, I guess, in 2 days now because it's past deadline, and they're going to say Fresno State, and they're not going to be impressed, but this is a great football team.
They're not going to say that.
Yeah, they will.
Fresno State has got respect around this country. Pat Hill.
In Gainesville, in Blacksburg. Are you telling me? Come on.
Pat Hill has pulled this program up. They play great football. They've won 3 straight bowl games. Georgia Tech, UCLA, they're not playing nobody. Virginia and USC coming into a bye week. They need that bye week. 10 straight weeks they've been playing, fighting, taking everybody's best shot. Fresno State's the same way in the WAC, but the Trojans have earned every victory they've gotten. Another great season, a well-coached team. Pete Carroll, a lot of great players, a lot of fun to watch here in the Coliseum. Electricity all over.
All right, let me beat all those hacks on radio to it. Give me 10 seconds on UCLA, baby. 2 weeks.
Calling out the radio hacks. UCLA is going to be a great game. This place is going to be full. People are going to be excited. There's going to be a lot of talk. Comes down to one thing, Waddy, the line play. UCLA does not have the defensive or offensive line to mess with USC. I'm sorry. That's just the truth right now.
SC wins at 50-42. They run the streak to 33.
Some finer points of the all-new Hyundai Sonata. It has more interior space than Camry or Accord, plus standard electronic stability control and 6 standard airbags, with quality backed by America's best warranty. All for $4,500 less than Accord. The all-new fuel-efficient Hyundai Sonata. Nicely equipped at $16,995. It's a Hyundai like you've never seen before. Get the all-new Sonata with up to $1,500 cash back at your local Hyundai dealer.
Hello? Hey! Marcus, I've got big news! Well, hit me with it. The first Wombo combo is coming out of the oven right now! For real? You're cooking up a Wombo with 4 premium meats and 4 gourmet veggies right now? Yep. The awesome aroma is filling the air as I speak. Matt, I'm there.
You could have at least put on a shirt.
Round Table's Wombo